Welcome all the speakers, and a big thank you to ACM Web Science Conference for organizing this workshop and for giving us an opportunity to organize this workshop. So the organizers of this workshop are Pranshu Malviya, myself, and Shreya. So we have been advised by Balaraman Ravindran sir and Sudarshan Padmanabhan. So our first speaker is Anna Roy. And Anna Roy would start the workshop proceedings. And Anna, you would like to take charge?
Yeah, thank you, Pawan. Thank you, Professor Balram, for giving me this opportunity to share the views of Niti Aayog on this very important area. My name is Anna Roy, and I'm a senior advisor in Niti Aayog. Today I will be essentially speaking on the work around responsible AI, which we have been doing for the past more than a year. I would also like to apologize for not removing my mask because I'm in a common area, and I'm told that I'm audible, so I will deliver my address with the mask on. So please excuse me for that. So coming to the day's topic, the recent pandemic has accelerated the drive towards digitization and adoption of technology across sectors and institutions. And it is very important for us to be cognizant of the issues and the socio-economic impact of such technologies. At the same time, we must look at these issues from a balanced perspective, and our collective goal must be to ensure the benefits of technology reaches everyone while minimizing the risk. At Niti Aayog, which is the think tank of the Government of India, I lead the emerging technology vertical. Our mandate is to identify policies to mainstream emerging technologies in the reform agenda of the country and position India as a leader in the inclusive use of such technologies. Over the past few years, we have worked on a range of topics, including data management and analysis, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc., as well as other technologies which form a part of the bouquet of IR4, like augmented and virtual reality, and drones, which together really kind of have brought us to this cyber physical phase of new technology. We also collaborate with a number of organizations across academia, industry, government, and international bodies, as well as other entities. Artificial intelligence, which has been around for decades, has emerged as the most disruptive technology of our times, given the advancements in digital technology. In India, the work on AI gained momentum in 2018 with the release of the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. The strategy highlighted both the economic and social potential of AI. According to a recent NASSCOM report, data and AI have the potential to add US $450 to 500 billion to India's economy by 2025. And we have a robust startup ecosystem, and AI-based startups account for 44% of this tech startups in India. The strategy also stresses on the social potential of AI through improved scale and quality of specialized services in sectors like healthcare, education, and agriculture, overcoming access barriers towards enabling an inclusive, efficient, and transparent access to the government welfare schemes. These allow for reimagining and transforming government interventions across sectors. Democratization of infrastructure and availability of the solution was also a target set to be achieved as per under the strategy. The recommendations in the strategy were accordingly premised on the goal of achieving AI for all, which was the tagline also for the strategy. As we drive the focus towards increasing adoption of AI, we must be cognizant of the various challenges it poses. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, in his address to the World Economic Forum in January 2021, stated very correctly that technology must be a tool for ease of living and not a trap. A survey by Capgemini shows that 85% of the respondents from organizations in India have encountered ethical concerns from the use of AI. Lack of trust has also inhibited the adoption of AI in various sectors. India is a large and diverse country, and it is important for everyone involved in AI research and development as well as adoption to ensure inclusive and beneficial growth of AI. AI for all is at the core of India's national strategy for artificial intelligence, and this can only happen when there are reliable frameworks to use AI in a responsible manner. Niti Aayog initiated work on responsible AI and initiated stakeholder consultations last year that culminated in the release of 2 working documents in 2020 on principles and enforcement mechanisms, respectively. These were issued seeking public comments. Frameworks such as the data empowerment and protection architecture were also released that provide a direction on not just strong data protection, but also enabling data empowerment. All these documents are there on the NITI website. The challenge of ensuring that the AI ecosystem is developed responsibly is complex, as the technology is not sector specific and has multiple stakeholders, including academia, industry, legal, policy, regulation, civil societies, and international organizations. Regulation of AI is complex, as it is also one of the fastest growing technologies in the world, and traditional ways of regulation cannot keep pace, or rather can't be restricted. Around the world, various countries and organizations have identified guiding principles to align the stakeholders towards responsible management of AI. The approach that we have adopted to identify these principles for India is outlined in the recent paper which was released earlier this year, titled Principles for Responsible AI. Use cases of AI and incidents of risk in India and around the world were studied, and 7 principles for responsible use of AI have been derived from the from the Constitution of India, because it has to be contextual. The principles have to be contextual and embedded in the law of the land. As technology advances and our own understanding of the relationship between AI and its various stakeholders improves, we must ensure that the principles are regularly updated. So it is not a one-time exercise, it is an evolving exercise in itself, and we are very much cognizant of that. Principles from the first essential step towards ensuring a responsible AI ecosystem, but these are not sufficient. There must be a robust and reliable enforcement mechanism that protects the safety of citizens, environment, and businesses while promoting equal opportunity for research and innovation. Any mechanism to regulate AI must be proportional to the risk and strike a balance between innovation and responsible use. This requires a holistic understanding of the complex interactions of AI with our daily lives. It goes beyond the scope of just policymakers or technologists, and there is an increasing relevance of multidisciplinary expertise to think through and identify the various ethical ramifications. We must take a comprehensive look at these aspects at the level of individual AI systems and their interactions with the various stakeholders, and also the macro perspective of how societies are impacted. For example, impact on jobs, malicious use of AI, etc., which are categorized under the societal impact of AI, other than the systemic. It is also important that ethical aspects of artificial intelligence are embedded across the various stages of the development and deployment. There must be an ongoing monitoring of reliability of such systems, and mechanisms must be put in place to ensure ethics by design. Niti Aayog's approach paper on responsible AI presents one such framework for the consideration across the life cycle of an AI system. There is also a need to identify institutional mechanism towards ensuring responsible AI practices that these are adhered to across the private sector, research institutions, and the public sector. We also need to ensure that the right practices are being made aware of to the concerned stakeholders and are being adopted. It is important to ensure sufficient awareness. Besides awareness, the capabilities also, risk and mitigation strategies are equally important. Academic institutions can do this by embedding ethics into existing curriculum. Workshops, seminars, conferences would be useful to create awareness of responsible AI in public and private sector. And today we have one of the major proponents of responsible AI in academia, Professor Balram amongst us, and I hope he will be touching on these issues. It is also important to ensure the individual AI systems are developed responsibly, and Niti Aayog's approach documents suggest an ethics by design approach in this regard. For the public sector, this can be done by instituting an ethics committee. While we are suggesting, a committee for each procurement of AI solution, these are, I would like to put a disclaimer that these are just our views. These are not Niti Aayog's views. And we will be kind of, undergoing interministerial consultations. And once that is over, we will be able to release this document on enforcement also. So as of now, whatever enforcement mechanism, issues which I am raising, these are still under discussion. So please bear that in mind. And that is a disclaimer I wanted to kind of build in. So, ethics committee for either for every procurement of AI solution or a general ethics committee, these are various issues which we need to consider. These committees should consist of multidisciplinary experts to assess various ethical implications and take appropriate mitigation steps. We are presently in the process. We have launched a challenge for one of the projects where facial recognition will be one of the important elements. And there we have put in place such a committee to look at all aspects. Research and academic institutes can leverage the existing peer review mechanisms and institute review board that may be suitably augmented for ethical review. Private sector may need regulation for high risk AI application and will generally benefit from guidelines and standards from the relevant sectoral authorities. Now here the issue of third-party audit was also discussed, and again there are multiple views on that. So we are still to kind of make a recommendation on that. Creating standards, guidelines for AI innovations requires a multidisciplinary expertise. It is important to augment the capabilities of our regulators and standard-setting entities in this regard. It is also necessary to study the broader impact of AI in the society and work with necessary regulators to manage the risk. To augment the capacity of the government on these fronts, a highly participatory body has been recommended, which we call the Council for Ethics and Technology. And it is there, which has been proposed, and hopefully it will, we will be able to put this recommendation in practice soon. While regulation of AI has been spoken about around the world, we must also focus on enabling responsible AI in India. There are certain systemic issues that prevent AI from being inclusive or from reaching everyone. The government may, in our view, undertake proactive steps in this regard towards identifying relevant policies such as data sharing, procurement mechanisms, enabling multidisciplinary research, promoting awareness, and enabling access to responsible AI tools and techniques. Now, this is something where only government cannot do it. The government needs to join hands. One such collaboration which Niti Aayog has got into is with the UN organization, and we are working on coming out with a detailed program on how to spread awareness and capacity building. So collaboration, as I said, among stakeholders is very important. It has also been debated that most of the literature on ethics of AI reflects Western thinking and context. It is important for the concerns and context of the global South to be reflected in the discourse on the subject. National strategy specifically calls out that India must play the role of a leader for emerging economies with respect to AI. I welcome initiatives such as this conference to contribute to this discussion. We at Niti Aayog always look towards having more collaboration, so that it is an open offer to all the other stakeholders who may be logged in for the seminar to approach us, and we will be more than happy to collaborate with them. I hope also that organizing such conferences become an ongoing event and focus on issues from an Indian and emerging economies context. These deliberations are extremely important and could feed into the national priorities on AI. And as I said in earlier on, that this is an evolving subject, and this is not something where we have been there and done it. This will evolve and take new shapes as time passes, as the technology itself evolves. So having this dialogue in different fora will be very, very important. In the end, I would again like to congratulate the organizers, and I look forward to a rich and engaging discussion today. Thank you very much. Pawan?
Thank you so much for the talk on responsible AI. We'll start with the next talk by Urvashi Aneja. Urvashi Aneja, can you please turn on your camera? Yeah, great. So Urvashi Aneja is the founding director of Tandem Research. So Tandem Research is involved with policy insights, and it works at the interface of technology, society, and sustainability. And her research focus is on societal impact of algorithmic decision-making systems in India. And they also provide frameworks for the governance. She leads Tandem's Future of Work and Learning and Artificial Intelligence and Society initiatives. She is also an associate fellow at the Asia Pacific program at the Chatham House and a member of the T20 task force for the future of work in G20 countries. So it's a privilege to introduce Urvashi Aneja, and Urvashi, can you take off from here?
Thank you, Pawan, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. And also hats off to the organizers for putting together an all-female panel on AI. I think already in doing that, we're changing some of the narratives around AI innovation. So congrats to that. I think that there's growing evidence, right, of the harms and risks of algorithmic decision-making systems, and that has made the issue of AI governance an urgent priority. As Ms. Roy already articulated, India has been framing this in terms of a responsible AI framework, like many other countries as well. So what I want to do in this talk is I want to review some of these approaches around the governance of AI from the perspective of the Global South. And I want to suggest that while these approaches are important and necessary, they don't adequately address core challenges around ethics, power, and community, particularly around the Global South. So many of these approaches I'm going to suggest are problem-solving approaches, right? So they seek on reducing the harms of AI systems, but we need also problem diagnosis approaches that look at how current AI imaginaries and economies have risen. And by looking at this, we can identify more systemic and emancipatory ways to align AI innovation trajectories with societal well-being. So the first one that I'd like to talk about, which is fairly, I think, popular amongst or well established amongst this community, is the fairness, accountability, transparency, and ethical approaches to regulating AI, which is commonly known as FATE. And I think there's clear and important strides to be made here. I mean, for one, it certainly suggests that technology companies and technologists are increasingly aware that technology is not neutral and that it can have harmful social impacts. But I think these approaches, the FATE kind of paradigm, paradigm will be inadequate for a few reasons. One, to think about the issue of fairness. So fairness is fundamentally a property of social systems, not technical systems. So it can only be understood in context. So what is considered fair in one context may not be considered unfair in another context. In certain cases, you might actually need positive discrimination to adjust or correct for already existing societal inequities. Again, that's something that can only be known in context. And the issue of fairness also needs to be fine-tuned to the realities of developing countries, right? So if data is unavailable or fragmented, only 40% of the country has ever even used the internet, what does fairness mean then? Or where you don't have adequate institutional capacities to govern automated systems, to govern AI systems, to provide protection to those who are vulnerable to the harmful impacts of these systems. What does fairness mean in that context? I think we also need to think about fairness in terms of what should be fair. Often the conversation about fairness is about the algorithmic system itself, a particular application, or its specific outcomes. But I think that neglects then the conversations about how these AI systems are produced and their broader structural impact. So for an example, when we're thinking about the fairness of systems, we rarely consider questions of labor, we rarely consider questions of natural resource extraction, we rarely consider questions around the environmental impact. All of these three are particularly relevant for developing countries. So should be fair is an important question. Transparency is certainly also important, but I would argue that the flip side of transparency is expertise, right? If you don't have adequate expertise, then transparency in itself may not be enough to create beneficial systems or prevent harmful systems. And again, this is a problem that we see in many developing countries. You have weak civil society capacity, you have weak institutional capacity. I think echoing some of what Ms. Anna Roy also pointed out before, a lot of the scholarship that we see coming out on AI systems is from very select few geographies in the world, right? So unless we build that capacity in other parts of the world, transparency in itself may not be enough. Accountability is another important value, again, very, very critical, but assigning accountability in automated systems can be difficult. There's often what you call the many hands problem. So you have many different parts, many different systems, many different actors across different temporalities, across different geographies, all participating in some way in the production and deployment of AI systems. So where should we pinpoint accountability? I think what it tells us is that accountability can't be of algorithmic systems alone, but we have to demand accountability of the designers and the deployers of tech. But if you look at corporate governance structures in many companies, they're in fact set up to find ways to evade accountability and responsibility. The other approach that has become more popular is around ethics, right? So we hear, I think there was a study by Algorithmic Watch last year or in 2018 that counted over 100 ethics statements released in 2018 and 19 alone, right? The problem with ethics is that they're not binding, they're not enforceable. It costs very little to pledge to these principles or to violate them. And many companies see ethics as a tax, right? So it's a tax that they pay or a tax that they have to pay in order to continue to have a social license to operate, right? And not all smaller companies can pay this tax as well. So ethical frameworks often become a way for technology companies to argue that self-regulation will be enough to check AI harms and to avoid other command and control forms of regulation. And we're already seeing that that does not work, right? Despite many commitments to ethical principles over the past few years by leading AI companies, many of their practices violate those very commitments that they've made. Ethics are also contextual and relative. So whose ethics are being privileged in such a framework? So why, for an example, have particular concepts of fairness or accountability been privileged when we talk about ethics? And how do we understand those concepts of fairness and accountability? And I think Nupur, who's speaking later, has done some fantastic work on this. So just to shout out to that body of scholarship on this. And I think also fundamentally, who gets to decide, right? Why do technology companies get to decide on what constitutes the ethical applications of technology, or even at a more fundamental level, what constitutes social good, what constitutes the good life? And I think the most problematic part of maybe the fate framework, so where they're limited, is that they risk foreclosing conversations about whether such algorithmic systems should be deployed or not in the first place. So consider for an example facial recognition systems. So even if algorithms were fair and they were transparent and they were accountable, that does not diminish the impact that facial recognition systems have for civil liberties and freedom. So even the most fair facial recognition systems can have very harmful societal impacts. A more promising direction is the turn towards human rights. Rights are universal and binding. They're codified in international law, and responsibilities for governments and companies are well articulated across a range of domestic, regional, and national frameworks. We also see the language of human rights being evoked more and more. The EU, for an example, in its latest framework, talks about the need for human rights impact assessments. And I think human rights approaches are really important, but I think the problem with human rights approaches, or where they fall short, is that rights-based frameworks take the individual as your primary unit of concern, focusing on individual harms. But in an AI world, harms are often societal and structural. They're not just individual. So if you take, for an example, AI-based systems for alternative credit scoring models that are based on user social media data and consumption habits. So the problem is not only of privacy, and the problem is not only addressed if you get consent, but the problem is...
Urvashi, sorry for interrupting. Are you sharing the slides?
No, I'm not sharing slides, Irvin. I'm just speaking.
Okay, thank you so much.
So in the case of alternative credit scoring systems, for an example, it's not just that there could be a violation of privacy, or that it might be difficult to get consent, or even that even once you get consent, there might be a larger problem that over a period of time, these systems shape our social understandings of who is considered creditworthy, or the kind of attributes that make an individual creditworthy. So the problem then is that what does it mean for regulation when what is at stake is how we know and understand the world? What can regulation do and not do in that context? I think the other problem with human rights frameworks, or the limitation with human rights frameworks, is that often single instances of harm can be unrecognizable and inconsequential even, but taken together, you could have harmful consequences in the aggregate and over a period of time. So if you look at the impact of AI on jobs, if you look at the impact of AI on labor markets, individual impacts might not stand out, but you can see a restructuring of entire industries through AI as AI increasingly becomes a critical factor of production. And the third point, and I think this is perhaps the most relevant to developing countries, is that rights require corresponding duty bearers, right? Which is typically the state or other delegated organizations. And recent evidence shows that states, including liberal democracies, including Western liberal democracies, are acquiring AI-based surveillance tools at a faster rate than ever before to monitor, track, and surveil citizens. So what extent can these institutions also provide meaningful protection against the infringement of human rights when we're talking about really developed and mature democracies like in Europe? It also assumes, I think, human rights approaches that systems of redressal are functioning and accessible to all. But in many places we see, particularly in developing countries, that these institutions have not been able to protect people who need it the most, right? As one of my favorite scholars in this space, Chinmayi Arun, has pointed out in some of her work, is that young democracies like the Indian democracy perhaps, or others, lack the institutional stability it takes time to build institutions and institutionalize democratic practices. So when companies are deploying technologies in certain contexts, there are often fewer resources and institutions to help protect marginalized people. And finally, I think the limitation with human rights approaches is that they don't take into account how structures of privilege are created and how this might produce unfair outcomes. So again, if you take the example of workplace monitoring, so even if the consent of a worker is sought for collecting data to evaluate their performance and strict data protection standards are met, that doesn't address the fundamental shift in power dynamics between employers and employees as a result of even a consent-based mechanism. So for these reasons, I think human rights approaches are really important, but will also fall short in protecting people against harms produced by AI systems, particularly in the global South. So I think many of these approaches are problem-solving approaches. And what we need to do, like I mentioned in the beginning, is also think about problem diagnosis approaches, which points to how these structures or these AI innovation trajectories came to be in the first place. What are the narratives, the values, the assumptions, the actors, the relations of power that are driving these trajectories. And there is an emerging literature that has begun to do this. So there is an emerging literature on decolonizing AI, for an example, which traces and a lot of this literature is emerging in industrialized economies, particularly in the US. And a lot of this literature, and the literature makes a hugely important contribution to thinking about AI as it traces the relationship between Western states, formerly colonial powers, and the US, and technology companies, and situates data science and AI as part of an imperial project of controlling populations through processes of classification and categorization. Right? And so what this literature points out is that AI rests on and reproduces huge power asymmetries, where the global south is often a source of extraction, of labor, of natural resources, and we have most of the gains accrued from AI systems concentrated in a very select few geographies and a very select few technology companies. And we can see this narrative among civil society and governments in the global south as well, articulated in the form of claims for or arguments around digital colonialism or data colonialism, and calls for greater digital sovereignty and data sovereignty. And I think these, like I said, I think these approaches are really, really important because they highlight how these current AI trajectories came to be, and in doing so, provide us more options to address or to realign AI trajectories with societal good beyond just plugging specific harms like the problem-solving approaches do. But I think the limitation with some of these approaches around the decolonizing AI is that often they see the South as a passive category. They don't do justice in some sense to the multiple roles and ways in which information technologies are used and deployed in the global South. And I think this is where we need to think, this is what we need to think about if we're thinking about ethics and accountability and inequality. So in developing countries like India, digital technologies such as AI are a critical part of the nation building project. For developing countries, AI is often associated with modernity, with progress, and as a technology that can help countries catch up or leapfrog persistent development challenges. So there's an imagined but undefined future that AI is supposed to help catapult the developing world towards, and that leaves behind many of the existing political, economic, and social challenges. And I think this is what we need to ask, right? When we are thinking about ethics, accountability, and inequality in the global South, we need to see it through this development paradigm. So what is the vision of development that is being promoted? What are the alternative visions that are being foreclosed as a result? How are technology gains distributed in this vision? How are social systems, institutions, and relationships being reconfigured as a result of this vision? So the conversation about ethics and accountability and inequality is not just about algorithmic systems, but about situating those algorithmic systems in broader social contexts and asking about the ethics, accountability, and inequality of those broader social contexts. And in many developing countries, and including India, what we see is that AI is part of that developmental vision, right? And I think we're beginning to see that AI is part of a vision part of a vision that involves the platformization of development and governments. So you can see states creating digital infrastructure on which private sector players then develop innovative new products and solutions for development. We can see this being promoted at a UN level as well. So the recently released UN document for digital cooperation talks about digital public goods, and digital public goods are defined in terms of open data, open standards, open APIs, and open AI models. And so that's where AI is being situated in the global South. It's not a standalone application. It's not a standalone product, right? So that vision is what we need to interrogate when we're asking about what are the questions for ethics, accountability, and development in the global South. And I think this is where scholars of the global South, scholars in developing countries should focus their attention. Not only think of this as a North-South dynamic, but really see, and which I think ends up creating the South as living in the shadow in some sense of the West, right? But instead, we need to see and locate AI and emerging digital technologies within the political economy, within the development paradigms, within these visions of progress in the global South. And I think I'll stop there, and I welcome any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the lovely talk, Urvashi. So we are open to questions right now. If anybody has questions for the speaker, we have about 15 minutes for questions. So if anybody, yeah, Katrina.
Good morning, and thank you so very much, Urvashi. That was really fantastic. And I'm going to try to complement some of the points that you made in my own presentation. But I was wondering, because you were referring to a lot of, for instance, instruments that have this kind of, maybe not a legally binding power. So I was wondering, what does, in your view, what is the role of law in this entire paradigm? Because what I'm about to present basically shows that there are some severe pitfalls when we have to consider legal frameworks at face value because of the lack of harmonization. But I'm really wondering, for instance, what your views are on maybe like governance structures and the need or maybe the pitfalls of additional legal rules on this matter.
Thanks, Catalina. I mean, I think I'm not sure if I can do full justice to that question because I'm not a lawyer and that's not where my kind of strengths lie. But I think, I would make 2 points, right? I think fundamentally, these are ethical questions about what is our vision of the good society and what is the role that technology plays in that, and what are the likely trade-offs and harms that we're likely to encounter in this journey, right? And I think we have to, in some sense, foreground those ethical questions. And there is a risk that if we don't foreground those ethical questions, then the law serves the interests of the most dominant or serves the interest of the loudest and the most prominent, right? So in some sense, the law has to follow those questions. That being said, I think the law plays a really, really important role in terms of establishing protection, right? In terms of establishing that we are able to protect people despite their capacities. I think very often when we're thinking about protection and we're thinking about addressing harms in this system, we often push responsibility onto individuals. Data protection, I think, is a good example of that, where individuals' capacities to be able to give meaningful consent is what is supposed to protect them. But I think the role of the law is to make sure that we protect people despite their capacities, right? And I think the really critical issue for developing countries is the issue of regulatory capacity. So you can have laws, but unless you have the capacity to be able to implement them, and unless you have the capacity to be able to inform those legal frameworks with a wide source of expertise, it's very hard to ensure that law will provide that protective function. So I think really thinking about regulatory capacity and recognizing and maybe tempering our ambitions about innovation in line with regulatory capacity would be an important principle for developing countries. I think many developing countries are also now adopting risk-based frameworks to AI regulation. And I think we see that in the EU as well. I think this risk-based frameworks put a huge burden on regulatory capacity and it'll be very hard for developing countries to be able to muster that regulatory capacity in a speed fast enough to be able to respond to AI challenges. So I do think looking at kind of precautionary principles approaches would perhaps be a better entry point for developing countries.
Thank you. That's really fascinating. And I hope to be able to integrate some of these points also later on.
Hi, Roshi. I have one question from my side. Coming from a computer science background, how should systems be designed so that it aligns with the human rights values? Because when I attended an ICML workshop last year, I heard that there is something called as proportionality testing, which has to be used so that the systems align with the human rights values. So is there any sort of a mandate or a document that the computer science researchers needs to look into and then adhere with the values? Because coming from that community is not really clear. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. I think in recent years, there have been numerous attempts to create kind of toolkits, frameworks, guidelines to help align innovation with human rights. So I think there's a wealth of resources already out there. I can share them with you. I think the worry sometimes is that these might become simple checklists, and they may not actually bring about that meaningful change that you need in in terms of these systems. And I think the other point that I was making was that, rights frameworks typically address individual harms, but we need to find also ways to think about structural and systemic harms. And so we need to bring those into how we think about AI innovation.
Thank you so much. Any more questions for the speaker? Okay, so the next talk begins at about like 12:55 IST. So we have a lot of time. So Catalina, you want to present now, or you want to give it some time and present?
I'm fine to present now, and then we can have a longer break in between the presentations and the panel, if that's okay with you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Catalina Goenta. She's an assistant professor at Maastricht University. So her area of research is on social media governance, web monetization, privacy, cryptography, decentralization, and digital monitoring tools for consumer protection. So she received her LLB from University of Bucharest. She has completed her LLM from Maastricht University, specializing in European comparative and international law. In 2014, Catalina was awarded the Maastricht University Wignan Education Prize, and her projects in innovating legal education have been shortlisted for the Reimagine Education Awards at the University of Pennsylvania in 2015 and 2016. So she spent a year from 2018 to 2019 as a Niels Stenson visiting scholar at St. Gallen and the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. So she's also a non-residential fellow at the Stanford Transatlantic Technology Law Forum at the Stanford Law School. So it's so nice to have you, Catalina, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Bhavan, and thank you so much to the organizers of this really wonderful, wonderful webinar. Let me just get into presentation mode and then confirm with you that you can see my full screen. Can you see my full screen?
Yes.
Bhavan? Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. So thank you very much for your kind invitation. It's really an honor to be able to speak a little bit about my research and also make it fall in line with the theme of this webinar, the idea of the kind of unfairness problems that might be caused by some of these technosocial systems, especially at global scale when we have to think about the global north and the global south. And allow me to take you into this topic from my perspective as a legal scholar by focusing a little bit on a specific industry, namely the social media industry. In particular, I would like to also just bring to your attention some issues dealing with content moderation and try to explore the different legal spaces in this particular question. I'm going to try to do this in 3 acts. So first of all, I'm going to try to discuss a couple of social media trends, which I hope are going to be of some inspiration for further research, because we have a dire need for more research in this field. And then I'm going to try to speak about a paradigm of, first of all, platform self-governance. So basically the idea that social media platforms have their own systems of rules and their own legal paradigms that they are going to implement online upon their users, but also a new paradigm that we see developing because of the fact that a lot of public administration authorities in a lot of jurisdictions are developing these AI frameworks, as we heard before as well, that are actually entailing that a lot of public authorities are creating their own legal compliance regulatory frameworks for digital enforcement. So I would like to just check with you and discuss with you how the tension between this idea of private governance but also legal compliance are going to emerge in the next years. So to start off with the trends, there is this wonderful book by Michael Sandel, who's a philosopher at Harvard University, and he has this book on what money can't buy. And it's a very interesting moral inquiry into what exactly should and can be sold on different markets, particularly in the US, but also around the world. And he gives this very interesting example of naming rights. And this is something that really took off with the internet and also with peer-to-peer transactions on platforms such as eBay. This idea that you can actually sell the names to a child, sell the naming right to a child. As you can see in this example dating from 2001, there have been parents who really sought to auction the name of their children on different different platforms, different e-commerce platforms. Luckily, we may want to say, or unluckily for them, to no success at that moment in time, because there was simply no company that wanted to pay a parent $500,000 in order to name a child Coca-Cola. However, this just raises the question of, how the internet has facilitated new ways of giving rise to revenue. In that line, in the same vein, we see that there have been a lot of other more controversial ways, if that is possible, to make money on the internet, such as the idea of tattooing, of really becoming a human ad banner and tattooing different websites on someone's face. And we saw that also very early on in the 90s, in 2000. Here we have an article from 2013, but the story is actually from much earlier. We see that a lot of people wanted to popularize the internet, and in order to do so, they became these human ad banners, and the only websites that would pay for this type of advertising would be not so savory websites. So in this case, porn websites. And this would again be another example of how people used to be making money on the internet, because in this situation, an internet company would pay someone to get a tattoo on their face. If we look at what exactly it means to make money on the internet today, we see that there is this phenomenon which is called monetization. And we see that there has been really a shift from the idea of selling things on eBay, whether naming rights or goods, or just typical goods that someone has around the house and wants to get rid of. And that has been the early phase of how you can make money on the internet. But later on, we saw also the rise of these so-called sharing economy platforms, such as Uber or Airbnb. So giving rise to this concept of gig labor. And we heard also earlier on how a lot of unfairness can arise out of this, because as you may know, specifically in the case of Uber, there have been a lot of lawsuits around the world when it comes to the quality, the status of drivers who ride for Uber, and to the protection that they ought to be afforded via labor law, if that is at all applicable. So the sharing economy has been another way for people to make money on the internet, but more particularly on social media, and this is the focus that I would like to have in today's presentation. We see that there has been also a rise of the so-called content creator economy. So the content creator is the influencer, although there are some differences between these two terms, but they sometimes can also be used interchangeably. We're speaking about individuals who make YouTube accounts, and then because of the fact that they offer advertising services, so they're going to, promote different products or services in their videos, in their content, via native advertising, via influencer marketing. But at the same time, they also sell their own merchandise, and they also do crowdfunding for their own monthly income. This has been fueling the content creator economy. And this is also probably right now one of the largest causes of social media networks becoming even more popular, because of the fact that more users are attracted into this ecosystem. Now also with the idea that you can make money by simply being on social media. For your information, there are also these upcoming monetization models that, for instance, the Mozilla Foundation and COIL and programs that they run basically support, and that is in the form of the web monetization protocol, dealing with different peer-to-peer microtransactions that can be effectuated via browsers, via web browsers, but also via different types of payment mechanisms, which are now embedded in a lot of websites. So when it comes to the content creator economy, which I promised I would be focusing on, there is this data company Signalfire that has been looking at the content creator economy map for the global market, so to speak. And you can see that they have identified 3 different phases: a phase where social media platforms were created, and that is a phase where maybe we can speak more about user-generated content and that was not necessarily monetizable. But then in the second phase, it became monetizable through advertising. So influencer marketing is simply a business model that is a proxy for advertising. And then we also see that the broader creator economy, namely people who make content and they can be supporting themselves in very different ways, this also has emerged. And allow me to also say that this is not just about entertainment in terms of, making gaming videos or makeup videos or lifestyle and fashion videos, but these kind of approaches are also very popular in terms of disseminating political speech, which is why in Brazil a few years ago, a YouTuber actually managed to make it to the parliament because of his popularity as a content creator. These are just some numbers that you can also investigate in their report, but this is just to show that there are 15 million content creators worldwide, and these content creators can be divided in amateur content creators, but also professional content creators who really dedicate much more time and also more resources to becoming new outlets of media services. We look into this idea of social media influencers and the way in which the law can interfere in this discussion in a book which I co-edited with my colleague Sofia Ranchordas from Groningen University. So please do reach out to me if you would like to, if you're interested in any way in this book, and I can share some of this with you. As a corollary, what I wanted to bring to your attention about this idea of monetized content is the fact that until very recently, we have been looking at content on social media as this idea of, or as being under this umbrella of protected speech, because there is a right to free expression in every single jurisdiction in different, perhaps in different expressions, but such rights will exist in every single jurisdiction around the world. However, the idea is that if we have these monetization incentives, they are going to drastically change the dynamics around speech on social media. So we can't look at speech anymore as being what Jack Balkin from Yale University calls a triangle that has nation states, that has companies, and that has users, because right now what we actually see is that there is really a constellation of newcomers to this monetization ecosystem, a lot of intermediaries, apart from the social media companies themselves, and they are really just drafting a new environment on social media because of the fact that they have these new financial incentives. Moreover, what is very important to remember, and I think that this again needs to be in the background of perhaps a lot of additional research that is necessary, there is also a very dramatic shift towards social commerce. So the idea that we can open Instagram wherever we are in the world and then be able to express ourselves by sharing photos of our pets, of children, of surroundings, but also express political thoughts, be paid for political thoughts, and also be paid to promote products. This is really a very, it's a very nurturing ground for social commerce, where basically the idea is that you embed the selling of products, you embed the transactional dimension of e-commerce in a more social environment. And that is something that we really need to pay attention to, because this is also the one trend that social media is currently thriving on. Monetization, as I mentioned before, has both this direct and indirect effect on individuals, and not only turning them in advertising banners, but also, as I mentioned before, really contributing to bringing new actors into this ecosystem as well. This is what I meant with social commerce. So you can have a look at Instagram as an example. This is just a story that I think dates from last month. So you can see that Facebook and Instagram are really investing in a lot of new platform affordances to allow individuals to really just have to be a tap away from purchasing products and purchasing goods. And from a legal perspective, that is incredibly important. Now, what I wanted to say with these initial slides is the fact, as I mentioned, that this is, I just wanted to really outline a couple of trends. And now let us discuss the context, the legal context of these trends. And the first legal context is the one that is granted to platforms by their freedom of contract. So also in many jurisdictions around the world, there will be this concept of freedom of contract, meaning that a company is going to be able to conclude a contract with a user, and unless there are legal standards in that jurisdiction that are going to mandate certain protections, for instance, data protection is an example, consumer protection is another example. In some situations with additional regulation, fundamental rights can be another example. If that is not the case, then wherever there isn't this mandatory protection granted by the law, then companies pretty much can do whatever they want. And let me just show you a couple of examples. So I was just trying to get some information and to get some comparisons going on. So for this presentation, I just wanted to retrieve using a VPN. I wanted to retrieve the different of Facebook, the general terms on the basis of 3 IP addresses. So I used a EU IP address, a US IP address, and also an Indian IP address. And let me show you what I found. So this is the EU IP address, and you can see that the terms of service here are even highlighting the fact that there are a lot of different layers of regulation in Europe. The Electronic Communications Code, so that's very much media law, but then we also see that there can be some implications for data protection, for consumer protection, and this is why when we're looking at the applicable law, so if you are a user from the European Union, then Irish law is going to apply to you, and therefore European law is going to be applied to you as a user of Facebook. Now, if we move to the US, then you can see that immediately the law changes. So then Californian law is going to govern the terms of service. And then there's also basically an obligation to go and get these disputes solved in different Californian courts. And lastly, when I loaded the terms of service with an Indian IP, I think from the South, please correct me if I'm wrong. I actually tried to get this translated. So I have come to the realization that the terms were displayed in Kannada on the website. So I see Pavan kind of confirming that. So thank you very much. I was hoping that this was not one of these examples of, kind of Google Translate going completely awry. But you can see here that basically we are looking at California as well, again. So it's Californian law. So if you are a Facebook user based in India with an Indian IP address, then basically Facebook considers that US law should apply to you. And I find that very, very interesting, but also problematic, because the idea is that as I mentioned before, the reason why these platforms are doing this is because they can, and because there is this freedom of contract that allows them to govern themselves wherever there isn't a very hard mandatory legal standard that they need to respect in a specific jurisdiction. Now, if we look at things from the other perspective, so let's say, well, how do these legal standards look like? Let me just share with you this, this idea of looking at platform governance as legal compliance from the European law perspective, because this is something that I'm very familiar with. In the European Union, so I think that Urvashi was mentioning earlier that there is this also this this risk-based approach that we see in the AI Act. I'm not going to refer to that one, but I am going to refer to the fact that in 2020 there was this white paper on artificial intelligence. So basically the path towards developing artificial intelligence in the European Union, and that path very much emphasized this idea that public authorities should also empower themselves with artificial intelligence. And I think Urvashi was mentioning this idea of the regulatory capacity, which I'm going to very much embrace as a thread in this in the slides that are to follow. Because we also need to remember that even within the European Union, there are developed, but there are also developing countries. And so we have different classes of jurisdictions if we are to consider their regulatory capacities. So from that perspective, what I'm about to say, I think, and I hope will make a lot more sense. So if we look at legal compliance, so we just look at the positive law, meaning the law that is there and the law that should be applied in practice. So here we can also distinguish between two elements. So first of all, the law that you see in a book and the law that you need to apply in the world. So when it comes to the first one, in the European Union, if we are to look at, the kind of issues that are currently being posed by the monetization of content on social media, we see that there are a lot of advertising disclosures. There are these rules in what we have as the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. So this is a European instrument that is mandatory in all member states, and it's also mandatory on companies. So this is one of these examples of a mandatory limit to freedom of contract that I was mentioning before. And if you look at the annex, where there are a lot of practices that are considered to be unfair in any single situation. If you're misrepresenting consumer reviews in order to sell products, then that is an unfair commercial practice. So you can say that, okay, if you're doing hidden advertising or if you're paying for reviews, then that is definitely going to be an unfair commercial practice. Although the idea is that a judge at the end of the day needs to determine that and not a specific authority. Now, because of this issue, there are some legal uncertainty aspects that emerge. And now that also brings us into the second point, which is the enforcement. So applying these rules in practice. And here we already see that not even this Unfair Commercial Practices Directive can answer a question as basic as, so who exactly is this person who is monetizing content on social media? How do we define them? Do they have to earn a specific amount of money? Do they have to have a business? Do they have to have a registered business? So how exactly do you benchmark the fact that you need to apply consumer protection? Because consumer protection rules, as this directive that I just mentioned, will very much entail that one party to a transaction is a business and the other one is a consumer. But how do we qualify that? We don't really know, because we don't have any kind of standards in that respect. And that leads to a lot of enforcement problems where, for instance, in Germany, you can have very stringent standards, and courts are going to ask influencers and content creators to even disclose when they are not sponsored. And in Romania or in Bulgaria, perhaps influencers can get away with more because perhaps there simply haven't been any kind of cases since maybe authorities have considered that this was not necessarily a consumer contract or a consumer transaction or a consumer issue that needed to have the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive applied to it. And there are a couple of cases that I'm not going to go into, but I'm very happy to share them with you if you are interested in looking into this any further. But basically, case law confirms this legal uncertainty that I was referring to. And once more, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive is simply consumer protection law, but there's also media law that needs to be applied. So, and that's just one other example, because of course, then, we can also speak about data protection. We can speak about a lot of different standards that are applicable and that come into play when we speak about social media. And that is one of the most important pitfalls of legal compliance, that, even if we look at this one particular example of the European Union framework, where we might say, okay, some things are harmonized, so for some things we have the same laws, but for a lot of things we don't. And that leads to this web of complexity in terms of who makes rules where, at municipal, at national level, at European level, and how do all of these rules come together. That's still a question that we need to address. Now, let me just give you a very, very brief example of why it is important to look at these mandatory limits of platform governance. And I'm going to give you this example by referring to some work that I've done with Professor Pietro Ortolani from Radboud University. And what we did was we did this small empirical project on what we call actionable content. So Pavan, I hope that this is going to be also very interesting to you, because I know that you're very interested in dispute resolution, online dispute resolution. So we asked ourselves the question, well, what if we look at content moderation, which I started off talking about? What if we look at content moderation as simply a procedural aspect that is very much about solving conflicts on a specific platform? And we have identified that we can speak about conflicts in 3 different dimensions. So we can speak about conflicts between users and the platform, conflicts between different users, but also conflicts involving third parties. And the idea, or the reason why we wanted to come up with this dichotomy or trichotomy of conflict, is because we wanted to show that, especially when it comes to the dispute mechanisms of 4 different platforms. So we took Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, and Twitter. When it comes to the way in which you can report these conflicts, you can complain about these conflicts, you will see that these mandatory limits to freedom of contract are not necessarily respected. What happens instead is that platforms come up with their own hierarchies of actionable content, meaning that when the law doesn't have enough teeth, then platforms are going to get away with doing their own rules, which might very well be infringing on these laws that we are talking about. So what we wanted to emphasize is, so what we did was we simply did this very small kind of digital ethnographic exercise where we looked at these 4 different platforms, the mobile version of the 4 different platforms, and we simply laid down every single ground for which, or a main ground, because there are a lot of also subcategories, main ground for which on these platforms you could report content. And I also need to say that these are findings from, I believe, November 2020, and every single platform is going to be constantly changing their content moderation reporting mechanisms. So that is something to keep in mind. So what I wanted to show you with this table is that a lot of the content moderation discussions that you also see in the media and that you also see in social sciences deals with, for instance, like hate speech or terrorism, or trying to go against bullying, or trying to really catch child pornography. So you can see that a lot of these aspects here on all of these platforms have this criminal dimension. So there is something that has a criminal nature. For instance, harassment or impersonation, sexual violence. We haven't made an overview of these particular grounds as crimes, but if you look at them, you can see that there is a dimension of criminal activity. So we have coded them as having this criminal nature. However, if you look at other grounds, for instance, consumer protection, so we just saw earlier on here that, we have this mandatory law and platforms should be really implementing rules that say, hey, you cannot mislead consumers, you cannot misguide them in order to make them purchase things, or in order to have them watch other things, for instance, like content that has native advertising. You can't do that. Well, where are the buttons to report that type of behavior? We cannot find that. So everything that we could find, we have, for instance, on TikTok, regulated goods. So that's it's still a criminal dimension, but it's about a transaction. So it's about a sale. So this is why we put it under consumer protection. For instance, prohibited games on Twitch that you cannot play. Another idea of limiting what you can do on the platform from a contractual perspective. Unauthorized sales, the same thing as regulated goods. So there are some consumer protection aspects, but here they are still about, or they still overlap with this criminal activity. So if we speak about reporting advertising, there is simply currently no button to do that, even though, at least in the European Union, this should be the case, that platforms really implement and respect this consumer protection framework as a mandatory limitation to freedom of contract. Also, interestingly, what you can see is that with intellectual property, there will even be different forms, different procedures, where in some situations you cannot even file an IP complaint unless you have certain information, such as the patent name or the copyright holder identity. So that is also just a sign of how these procedures are made in a more special, in a more regulated way by the platform itself. And we can say that this is also a result of the fact that a lot of intellectual property pressure has been put from the early days of e-commerce on platforms to make sure that they are somehow held liable for sharing, for instance, fake goods or stolen goods. So the problem is that platforms have indeed reacted, and they have created these very serious forms, which are very much more like dispute resolution than the idea of reporting a specific photo, which you might even argue that, for instance, this area, this category here, is very much actually about doing labeling, doing data labeling for the platform, and not so much about actually complaining about your rights. So these are some of the findings, and like I said, I'm very happy to share the paper with you. It's going to be an upcoming chapter. It's going to be published in a while, but if you would like to have it, just let me know. Now, just again, to kind of draw a conclusion, so if we look at this idea of legal compliance, so the fact that we have these mandatory rules and then how they interact with the platform rules, we see that, for instance, in this situation, that consumer protection here simply was not a self-governance priority, and you cannot really enforce your rights as a consumer by complaining to a platform, one of the four platforms at least that I just mentioned, because you simply do not have that possibility. So what we argue is also that from a procedural perspective, does that really mean that, if you don't have a button, you don't have a right? Because if you are going to say, well, maybe I have been manipulated in my decisions as a consumer, then you would have to go and have an avenue of making a complaint to a consumer association, and then they would take on the idea of fighting unfair commercial practices. So that is much more problematic for a consumer. Now, this brings me to the last part of my presentation, speaking about the new fairness issues and inequalities that arise out of this idea of content moderation. So now I would like to ask you kindly to think about this question of content moderation and this table that we made here. Think about this, and again, that this is based on European IPs. Imagine this basically in the light of what I showed you with the Facebook IPs, the Facebook terms and the different IPs. are these going to be different? So we have a problem, a massive problem of legal harmonization. So there have been also some authors suggesting that perhaps we can have some United Nations rules, more binding rules that are going to give fundamental rights like human rights. They are going to give them more teeth in this idea of how they should be involved in the discussion around content moderation. Because at the end of the day, we do have these global problems. So hate speech is a global problem. Cyberbullying is a global problem. Harassment is a global problem, because we are speaking about the same type of platforms that are going to amplify the same types of issues. Now, and the global, what is also global is the audiences. However, until we see more harmonization, which is going to be a question of, desirability and also kind of whether that is even possible from a political perspective, we are going to have not just one cyberspace, but multiple parallel universes, different cyberspaces that are going to really show where the platform power is going to be perhaps the winner of a legal debate, and then where it's going to be the loser of a legal debate. And that is definitely a fairness issue at global scale. Moreover, we also have, and I think that we heard this in the first presentation, the idea of digitalization of public administration. And I have here an overview from the United Nations e-government survey. So this is the e-government development index. And you can see that, again, we have very different, not just regulatory capacities, but administrative capacities that are fundamental in enforcing whatever legal rules might exist in a jurisdiction. So if public administration digitalization levels are going to be different at global scale, and also digital literacy is going to be different at global scale, then that is going to really, really be a problem that also trickles down in this idea of the way in which platforms are going to operate their content moderation. Because at the end of the day, content moderation in some jurisdictions that might not score well on public administration digitalization and also digital literacy, content moderation will remain a private process. And then perhaps you have been reading also about this idea of outsourcing human content moderation, which has led to some appalling labor conditions, because we're simply speaking about supply chains and supply chain abuses, but now applicable to a different type of industry. And we also saw more in computer science literature that there are, especially in natural language processing, that not all languages have the same computational power behind them, because there are some low resource languages that if applied or if necessary to be applicable in content moderation, will lead to perhaps less accurate and perhaps more unfair results. Last but not least, I think what is important to really keep in mind is that for this fair global digital legal compliance framework to be able to be applicable, we need the rule of law. And what does that mean? It means that if we are speaking about digital enforcement, and then there are political reasons to apply legal standards and to interpret legal standards in a certain way, that is going to be a massive problem. And the reason why I'm saying this is because if governments are going to be able to draft rules only to be able to abuse them or to be hiding in their shadows, that is going to be very, very, very difficult to reconcile with the fact that this action is supposed to curtail platform power and not just shift the balance of power from a private company to the state. So this is I think the narrative that we're in right now. What I would definitely suggest that we need also in terms of research is to really understand mandatory legislation. Imagine if we could have a global map of this type of legislation, it would be fantastic. And I'm speaking about content on social media in particular, and to really understand, how this legislation covers the activity of platforms and where the legal uncertainty lies. And I think that with that and with trying to think about how to negotiate and how to co-design with platforms different basic procedures, where we can speak about these legal rules being complied with, legal rules that have been adopted through democratic processes. I think that this, in principle, should be at least a fair future. Now, whether this is in any way attainable, I leave up to your consideration. This is what I had to share for today. Thank you so much for your attention, and let us perhaps have a conversation about any aspects you deem interesting.
Thank you so much for a stimulating talk, Catalina. Let's open the floor for some questions. Anybody has any questions? I have two questions.
Yeah, I have one question. It's more of a elaboration thing. So, yeah, so hi, so thank you for a really nice talk. So my question is regarding, well, you talked about different rules and regulation and legal concerns that companies should address globally, right? But there is, you know, there is a huge difference between the concern towards privacy across different countries, right? So how do you, how should we address that? How should company or the, I mean, is it a responsibility of the company or the government of that particular country to address such, you know, people, for example, in India or in USA, there's a difference between how people are concerned in terms of how much people are concerned in terms of their own privacy, right? And because of lack of, again, digital literacy, there is, you know, there is such kind of differences that occur. So, I mean, do you, can you elaborate on that point?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for this question. It's, I think you can easily have a PhD on this particular question that you just raised. So I think as a legal scholar, what I see when I think about, you know, legal frameworks is this idea that, okay, in one given space, and normally we speak about the space as, you know, kind of the territory of a sovereign state. Within this space, then the type of rules that this let's say the lawmaker in that space will come up with, these are going to be forming the legal system, right? So if a platform comes and tries to have economic activity in a specific jurisdiction, then there will be, and this is where we're kind of lagging behind in terms of updating perhaps these kind of standards, you know, so there will be some legal standards that will be applicable to these companies on the basis of, okay, maybe they have maybe they're targeting users from that jurisdiction, maybe they have their servers based in a jurisdiction, and that's why law XYZ is going to be applicable to them. So these are these kind of standards that I think we need to perhaps rethink to a certain extent. But indeed, so for instance, if we are speaking about privacy, then you are going to have maybe like one law in, I don't know, in Australia, you will have one law in Bolivia, one law in the GDPR in the European Union, and one law in India. And from a legal perspective, and that's why this is a little bit different than what Urvashi was mentioning earlier, right? So from a legal perspective, then that is going to be the standard that will be applicable to that economic activity of these particular users in this particular space. And that's my entire point, that all of these standards are currently not harmonized. The one harmonization that we can see is that companies really want to have more legal certainty. So they do not want to, you know, have to interact with 200 laws. They are better off interacting with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 instead of 200. But what will these laws be? That is the question. And what we see is that they managed to simplify their activity by simply saying, oh, we're going to apply the law that is most you know, kind of that's best for us, and that's going to be American law. And there has been a lot of literature on this idea of, you know, maybe taking American law and doing legal transplants through the activity of private companies because of the fact that you're taking a standard and imposing it on an entire world. So I don't know if this would qualify as, you know, kind of like digital colonialism or neo-colonialism, but that is one perspective. And I think that the other perspective is indeed the ethical perspective, right? So the law, the way in which the law interacts with ethics is not always very clear, and it's not always kind of the same standard. So I'm very curious if Urvashi also has anything to add on this. But I think that indeed from a legal perspective, if we just look at things, you know, in the letter of the law, it might not always be a positive thing to do because of this lack of harmonization. Whereas the ethical side, yeah, Urvashi, I don't know if you would like to build on that.
I mean, I don't know if I have, you know, I have to confess, I haven't thought too deeply about this issue. I think we do see this issue playing out in the Indian context currently, where we do see a kind of standoff between big tech, social media platforms and the Indian government. And I think, you know, fundamentally what we're seeing is a kind of battle for the public square, right? Who gets to, who sets the rules of civic engagement, and who should have that kind of civic power. To me, I feel like it is in some sense an issue of scale, that is it possible to have global public squares? And is it possible to even meaningfully think about common standards and common frameworks, ethical frameworks or legal frameworks at such scale? And perhaps it's not, right? And if it's not, then perhaps we need to be rethinking the design of many of these social media platforms at a very kind of first principles kind of level, because I feel like otherwise these conversations are a natural byproduct of the scale of these platforms and the difficulty in managing that scale across different cultural contexts.
Sure, thank you.
Any more questions? Shreya, you have a question?
Hi, thank you for the wonderful talk. I have a question. So, how is there a law which takes care of the digital in the bias in the data in the AI platform, which are I mean the data is there a bias in the data which drives the underneath AI models under the social media platforms? So how can we take care of that data bias?
So that thank you very much for your question. So if I understand you correctly, then the question is also about, you know, how do we regulate that, right? So
Yeah,
what you're saying is, okay, there's kind of like garbage in, garbage out, the idea of biased data that might lead to biased results. And in a very simplistic way, this is what I was referring to when I was speaking, for instance, about these low resource languages, which if you're going to have, you know, if you're going to apply maybe a language model that is underdeveloped and then try to do automated content moderation with that, then that is definitely going to lead maybe to some inaccurate results. So then maybe you will end up maybe predicting that certain speech acts are not hate speech, whereas maybe they are, or you are going to predict that content that should be taken off will stay up. And then unless you have additional resources to invest in, you know, manually looking at those particular posts and then having the access to the type of workers who can read different languages and then, you know, try to analyze, as also Urvashi was mentioning, you know, like the cultural and the linguistic context of a specific act of speech, then that's a problem. So what you're asking is, how do we take care of that? And the answer to that is, well, it's very complicated because although there are certain legal rules, and I'm just going to refer to the laws that I know, and that's, you know, laws in the European Union, there are going to be certain different laws that you can use already. So what I was saying is this unfair commercial practices directive. So if you say, well, Facebook actually says that it is doing content moderation really accurately, but it's actually not doing that, this is basically it's failing on its promise to deliver a specific level of service. And then that is something that we could consider unfair as an unfair commercial practice. The problem is that, and I again just link back to Urvashi, this is the question of regulatory capacity. So you're going to have to need institutions that are going to be able to assess this in a very complex kind of, evaluation of, okay, what is the accuracy of a specific practice? And right now there aren't any administrative, let's say, settings that we can use in order to facilitate such investigations. But in the European Union, there is this also so-called Digital Services Act that is currently being negotiated, and that is supposed to really bring more transparency into platform workings. And that is also going to be an instrument that will allow public authorities to go to different social media platforms, for instance, and say, hey, you need to give us this data because we are investigating you. And then that means that also these public authorities investigating will need to have a data unit, and then will need to perhaps, try to evaluate, like I said, the way in which certain platform processes and certain platform models might work, if there are any complaints to that respect. So currently it's very difficult to do that. And I think the data protection has been the go-to weapon against kind of algorithmic bias. But in the future, I do expect that platform governance laws, such as this Digital Services Act, can show us how a different regulatory model can tackle these issues as well.
So the next question is from Sudarshan Padmanabhan sir. So do you think that AI poses more difficulties to individual rights and consumer interests than the normal mode of market? Katrina,
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, the thing is that when we're speaking about AI products, right, we're also immediately speaking about maybe some methodologies that are not shared, some processes that are not shared. So how can a user really understand what is happening, in maybe a service that is the result of the deployment of a deep learning model, which perhaps not even the developers of that service fully understand. And I think the best example for me, and this is not necessarily, let's say it's not a very clear-cut AI example, as Nopur asks, but it is perhaps an example also in the same direction. If you're a consumer and let's say it's 2013, you're a consumer, you have a Facebook account, and you have absolutely no idea that Facebook has in its Graph API a category of permissions called extended permissions that include a permission called read inbox. So as a consumer, you have absolutely no idea that Facebook is granting access to your mailbox to third-party developers, who you don't even know exist on that platform. And what they do is they say, they have in their general terms, we share some data with some third parties for the betterment of our services. And this is basically what led to Cambridge Analytica, to the Cambridge Analytica debacle. And in the European Union, the only authority that took measures on this directive that I mentioned, unfair commercial practices, took measures against Facebook has been the Italian Competition Authority that said, hey, you're saying in your general terms that you're saying one thing and you're doing another thing, and that is basically lying to consumers, and that is why we're going to try to sanction you on this. The problem is that the sanction was 10 million euros, which was not enough, obviously. So the sanctions are very different than in the privacy field. But I can also imagine, Nopur, that if we're speaking about a product or a service, however we want to call this, maybe AI-driven service or product that is going to have this very complicated setup that is going to really create problems for consumers to have the full comprehension of that, then there might be a need for additional authorities to jump in, to investigate, to prove that there is an infringement of rights, and then to take measures to that extent.
So any more questions? I have 2 questions. Any more questions? Cool. So my first question is on dispute resolution. So extending on what you just said, so you stated that the disputes can occur between user to user and user and platform, right? And so the way I see it in my mind is user to user is easy to resolve by intervening, but user to platform. Let me come to my question. I'll just elaborate on the question and then I'll come to the specific question. So the user to platform is slightly tricky because the platform involves algorithms. So are the lawyers thinking about where exactly to intervene in the platform? Because the platform, since it involves algorithms, it has the data collection stage, it has the algorithmic stage, it has the prediction stage, and from prediction to human, human decision-making stage. So the lawyer should be thinking about like where exactly to intervene in these stages in the user to platform negotiation, in that aspect, in the user and platform negotiation. The other lawyers thinking about where exactly to intervene. Has the European Union given some sort of framework for the lawyers to go and intervene in the AI businesses, that, hey, I want to look into your data modeling stage, which is responsible for sampling and measuring bias. Hey, I want to go and look at your modeling stage. I want to look at how you're converting your predictions to your decision-making stage. Now, is that such transparency provided in the European Union model as of now? Or are you thinking through, or the businesses are too, like close to share such information?
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is really a fascinating question. So I'm just going to share this resource here. Hopefully you can all see it. So this is the Digital Services Act that I mentioned earlier, and this is basically so it's specifically for social media companies, right? So this is let's say an upcoming proposal for a new regulatory framework for platform governance. And then we also have the AI Act, and that is very much about this idea of risk-based assessments. And it's very much about the idea of, how do you actually get to make these assessments, and who is the burden on to prove whether this type of risk-based assessment has been done or not. So when it comes to the Digital Services Act, which I'm more familiar with, but I can also, if you want, I can also share with you some resources, for instance, from our colleague Ronald Leines from the University of Tilburg, who have been looking more into the AI Act, Michael Veal as well from UCL. So with the Digital Services Act, what happens is that there is this focus on transparency. So the idea of, okay, we are going to set up an administrative procedure so that we can do investigations, and in order to do investigations with what is called the Digital Service Coordinator, which is going to be a new institution at national, but also at European level. The idea is that, this institution would go to a platform and ask for access to information, so access to data, and then depending on what kind of issue we're talking about, which right now is a very abstract discussion, right? Then you could say, yes, maybe you will need to get to sample some sort of data collection, or to speak to people in the company about the processes that they use, in order to discover perhaps even potential biases. So with Facebook, a very clear example has been in the past years, this idea of, how they were using the platform ads in a discriminatory way. And then there were some NGOs in the US that were trying to take Facebook to court. And I think that there was a settlement, because the idea was that the ad platform of Facebook was allowing for a specific selection on the basis of perhaps even ethnical or racial grounds, in order to exclude certain categories of Facebook users from seeing certain ads in housing or in employment. And this was this discrimination that basically really became a very intricate legal problem, and which also has massive proof issues, right? Because we're not speaking about, maybe a phase where someone gets selected for an interview and then there's discrimination there, but we're speaking about this pre-phase where it's about where do you even post an ad, and is the fact that you can control who sees it actually discrimination. So I can assume that in the future with this Digital Services Act, then maybe you can have access to the reach to all the parameters on the basis of which the ad has been made, the reach, basically like the performance of the ad, and then you can see who has been excluded. And I know that I'm speaking a little bit abstractly as well, and all of this evidence collecting is probably much more complex than I am trying to make it sound right now, but this is how I think is going to, this is how I think that further processes are going to look like in the future with this new reform.
I have one problem with what you just said, right? Because the way companies are approaching is very much top down. So in India, if I have any problem with my SIM card, I go to the local store and then I say I have a problem with your SIM card. Now, if I have a problem with Facebook on the social media platform, if they're posting something that's not truly representative of what I believe in, I can't go to a Facebook store or a Google store and say, hey, I have a problem. MacBook has Apple has these digital stores where I can go and resolve my issues. When problems are coming from the bottom of the pyramid, when for the layman, he can't go and talk to these companies and say that he or she has some problems and issues with this company. Now, and if you escalate to a litigation level, then it's very expensive for this for that particular person. So, and the way the Europeans are looking at this sort of approach is very much top-down approach. And is there any way like is the Europeans also thinking about from the bottom-up approach? Because that's what is very much relevant to the global South setting. It's the bottom-up approach where the common man can actually, or the common man or woman can actually go and resolve the issues on the web. And something like, public places where they can just go have a discussion with the company folks. So I'm just thinking regulations are great, but regulations when applied to practice should benefit everyone and not just the top of the pyramid is my belief. So what is your take on that?
Again, a fascinating question, and I completely understand what you're saying. And also this deals with maybe what I was saying, it deals with this paradigm shift that I was trying to showcase, which is, so Urvashi also mentioned this, so that we have the individual as being the person who needs to safeguard their interests, and the individual who has the capacity, and the individual who has the consent. But then what if this doesn't really work anymore? And I think that what you see with these kind of rules in the European Union is that the burden is taken over from the individual and onto authorities. And on the one hand, that can be good. I don't know if you refer to that as a top-down approach. That can be good because then you have maybe a body of a state or a body of a suprastatal governance structure that represents the public interest. And that's good. But then if you look at these regulatory capacities that we were discussing about earlier, then you see that maybe in Spain, public administration has a specific digital literacy, but in Romania, it has a different digital literacy. In Estonia, it has a different digital literacy level. Then you will see that at the end of the day, this is also an imperfect solution, because the public interest is not going to be promoted and fought for in the same way everywhere, because the public interest is going to be a result of also the kind of resources that can be spent on it. And where there are no resources, then how are you going to get to the same type of standard across the board? However, what there is, there is also a development right now in the European Union, very separate from what we were just discussing. We do not have collective actions. So this idea of, you participate, you're going to be one of 10,000 people who are going to sue Facebook for something, for an infringement. But now we have a legal framework in the European Union that allows for that. So in the Netherlands, there are already cases going against TikTok. There are companies that are litigation firms that are specializing in that, and they're saying you have to pay 50 euros to get into the claim. So you need to become the member of an association, and then the association is going to actually sue TikTok for you. And then if you win, then you get 2,000 euros in return. So this is an example which I think is closer to what you're saying with this kind of bottom-up approach. But indeed, I have to say, I have been reflecting on this, and I will definitely take this as a point to do further reflection on this idea of what you're saying of maybe, kind of dealing with customer service, or trying to put some sort of obligations in terms of dealing with dispute resolution mechanisms. The Digital Services Act does have dispute resolution provisions. The problem is that we have had online dispute resolution frameworks in the European Union for the past decade, and they're not very successful. And they're also not very successful because nobody has managed to unlock the secret of, hey, how do you do mediation online in a way that is scalable and in a way that is kind of compliant with the law and useful in practice? So that's still on the table. And then when it comes to automated dispute resolution, what we see here with content moderation, it has been very much about deploying kind of speech recognition, NLP models, and then saying, hey, okay, we think that this language is toxic, okay, we take it down. We think this photo has nudity in it, we take it down. And then you have this combination of automated plus human control. But then the idea is that at the end of the day, the idea is that there should be more transparency in terms of why platforms take certain decisions, and to explain these decisions, and also to explain maybe when these decisions can be appealed.
Right, so that's very clear. So I think I have one more question. Before going one more question, I just want to say that if you can think from the bottom of the pyramid also, it would be nice if you can even incentivize the entire bottom-up approach, but more on that in the panel discussion. But I'll move on to the next question regarding the monetization shifts. So you mentioned that monetization shift is using people as ad banners, right, in the initial slides that you made. So I was again thinking from the inclusion point of view, again targeting the ones who are underprivileged, who are socially, economically excluded. I'll give you an example of the migrant workers, right? So these folks are using cell phones, but they're not making any sort of transactions online, any financial transaction. They're not really active on web, but they are using to watch videos and maybe use WhatsApp. So how to use these monetization shifts to target the ones who are underprivileged? Is there any way, I mean, it's not really a legal question, but have you read anything related to that, or have you come across?
Yeah, so the thing is that
because the bottom of the pyramid is rarely used as the ad banners, right? So
yeah. So I think that this question deals very much with entrepreneurship, right? So actually being a content creator is being a small entrepreneur. So you need to think, okay, I need to make a certain investment. I need to have a device. So you start with a phone. You go on TikTok. All you need is a phone. You don't even need, kind of fancy editing software or whatnot. You have a phone, then you create a brand for yourself. And this is where it gets very interesting. And this is where, the social commerce comes into play as well, because you have this merging, this confusion of identities. So you're a person and you're very approachable, and maybe you're relatable. Maybe you're doing something that people really watch and say, hey, I know that, I can very easily relate to that. But at the end of the day, you're also a business and you have business interests. Whether you have an actual business or not is a different story. And that leads to a lot of these legal uncertainty questions that I explored earlier on. But the entrepreneurial part, I think that can really fall very much in line with maybe other paradigms of development that Urvashi was also mentioning earlier on, right? Because then this is about, how do you want to stimulate entrepreneurship in different economies with different particularities. And now the idea of being on social media and monetizing your content is simply a new iteration of that. So of course, that this new iteration is very much linked to the idea of digital literacy, and that's a problem. And of course, it's also linked to to maybe access to internet, which is another problem, because if Facebook comes into a country and says, oh, we're going to give you free internet, but then you have to have a Facebook account, then basically that is neocolonialism. That's, in a nutshell, I think, quite universally considered to be like that.
So thank you so much. All my queries are clarified. Any more questions? So yeah, so we'll break out till 5 p.m. IST. That's about till 5 p.m. 5 p.m. IST. Okay, and then we'll resume Nupur's talk after that. So there are 3 talks lined up after the break: the Nupur's talk, the Nitya's talk, and Aruണിma's talk. And then we'll have a panel discussion for 45 minutes. So thank you so much for the lovely talks, and see you soon.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
very much, and see you
Yeah.
soon.
Voting. There we go. And
okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and or good evening, depending on where you are. And we welcome you to the afternoon session of our workshop. And in the morning we had 3 great talks, and afternoon we'll be continuing the program with 3 more talks and an exciting panel discussion. And I just wanted to make an observation as a like a counterpoint to what Urvashi said in the morning. So when we started putting together the speakers for the workshop, we never set out to make it an all-women panel. We just wrote down the names of people that we wanted to invite to speak, and then we realized that turned out to be all-women panel. So I think it's even better state of affairs than us explicitly putting together such a panel. Right. So I'll hand over to Pawan to shepherd the afternoon visit. So Pawan, take it.
Welcome everyone to the afternoon session. We have our next speaker, Nupur Rawal. So a brief introduction to Nupur Rawal is she's a postdoctoral research fellow at the AI Now Institute at New York University. She's also a Center for Technology, Society and Policy Fellow at UC Berkeley. She received her PhD in informatics from the University of College Irvine, and her PhD dissertation title was on platform learning. So she's also pursuing research on the histories of datafication, drawing on the histories and presence of post-colonies. She's pursuing this research to the CTSP Fellowship, as well through an international research award supported by the Sayre Seminar on Histories of AI. She was also a Technology, Law and Society Fellow at UC Irvine and alumna of Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. It's our pleasure to have you, Nupur. Can you please start your presentation?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. So good to be here. Please forgive me if I sound a little bit low energy. It's just very, very early where I am. I'm still not had my coffee. I also don't know this community and who I'm really speaking to. So what I'm going to do today for the duration of my talk is to share with you a bunch of different projects that I've been a part of, and try to think through the question of data ethics, algorithmic accountability, whatever else have you, and just present the ways in which I'm thinking about them. I say this with the caveat that if I'm speaking to a fairly technical computer science crowd, you know, a lot of things may or may not land for you. If you do have clarificatory questions, etc., we can always address them right after I finish talking about these things. So I'm just going to be fairly informal. I will share my screen just because I want to show you the projects that I'm talking about. Okay. Cool. So I'll start with this project because it's kind of a nice framing book project, which might give us the necessary history that we need to talk about data, algorithms, computational cultures, as the book says. Brief background: Lives of Data is an edited book by Sandeep Merthia. It is an open access book, so you can go to the Institute of Network Culture's website and download the book right from there. What the book does is it brings together about 14 essays from different authors they're all short essays reflecting on something computation within India. Why it's interesting and important is because, and so I'll keep sort of looping in and out of what I think are problem spaces. But in today's talk and the projects I'm pointing to, the focus is really on how we've tried to solutionize or solve or find solutions out of these problems. Really just in terms of how do we understand uh, computational objects from the global south, right? So in this book, and the introduction, as Sandeep kind of very beautifully explains, and I highly recommend that you read it, just to provide that framing language for how do we talk about computation from or in and within the global south, and in this case, particularly India. Like what changes, what do we need to be attentive to? What are the historical origin points and beginnings that that are quite different from, say, for example, a Silicon Valley origin story and narrative that I think most of us have grown up hearing and learning, right? So again, to elaborate what I'm talking about, Sandeep, as he explains, that say, for example, when we were talking about India and how computation became a thing, or how computers entered Indian cultural, public culture and consciousness, is not the same as how it happened in the United States or in the UK, right? Especially in the UK, but also in the US, a lot of computation was developed as a sort of response and within against the background of the post-war or the war period, the World War period, right? And hence, there's a lot of literature that history of computation, history of science scholars have written about, pointing to these sort of militaristic and afterwards sort of university and industrial origins of computing. And when one looks at some of those beginnings in the West, one kind of starts getting a sense of like, oh, here's why it makes sense. Here's how computation is developed. And here's why computers got embedded in certain social and political relationships within the so-called West. But what's very different in India, and one of the threads that Sandeep picks on, which is the first essay in the book, is where he's talking about how the object that we call computer doesn't really just arrive one day in India, right? And it's not as if we've known of computers and then we experienced their deficit and we've been like, well, we don't have computers, so one day computers just arrive and everything becomes the same as it is in the US or UK. India has, so Pawan introduced me, right? And he talked about how I focus on something called post-colonies. And I'm not sure how many of you are aware or of the term post-colonies, but just to be clear, there's also different ways of talking about the thing that we call global south. And post-colonies is this sort of historical framing which says that a lot of nation states that emerged as independent nations after a certain experience of colonialism are the ones that we're talking about. Today, in their modern and post-international development sort of time, we refer to many of them, post-colonial, but also maybe settler colonial and other kinds of countries as the global south, or also countries that never really got colonized. But when we talk about India, we specifically talk about this post-colonial framework because a lot of things that we have today in terms of the law, in terms of technological developments, education, etc., but also culture, is to a great extent informed by this hybridity, this experience of the colonial period, right? So again, I'm really sorry if I'm going to repeat or offer information that's fairly obvious and known to this crowd, but I'm just going to do it. One of those instances that one can think about is, and this is something that I write about in an essay that I'm happy to share later on if you're interested, where the essay is called Decolonizing Data Science, an agenda for decolonizing data science, and what would that entail? What does that really mean? But jumping back to the colonial legacies that we have of computation within India, one of those examples that I often offer is that it's not as if, like in the US, people talk about racial discrimination, right? And algorithms amplifying racial discrimination or encoded bias, right? Like there was some sort of data, and then it got digitized, and then algorithms went into the mix. And now the way that these algorithmic systems are producing real world results and social decision making is highly discriminatory. But this isn't the background that we have available for India. What happened in India is a different kind of co-constitution of culture, history, and computation. So one of those examples is like in India, fingerprinting didn't arrive as a technology, right? Fingerprinting, in fact, was developed within India as a science. But what's important is that fingerprinting as a technology wasn't just developed in a vacuum. It wasn't developed in a university. It wasn't developed by a bunch of, quirky scientists who are like, well, how do we do this? No, it there was a very specific historic rationale for why fingerprinting was developed. And there's a beautiful book about this by Chandok Sen Gupta. And I can share the references later. But essentially, the short history of it is that the British colonial administrators needed some form of identification technologies to be able to both identify and keep a record of actual, criminals in the colony, native criminals in the colony, people who they actually identified as, violators and offenders, but also others who they thought might be potentially criminal, and hence maintain a sort of potential speculative registry of criminality. And to be able to, and I mean, I'm joking slightly, or I'm being simplistic here, but they also needed to figure out how to identify some specific brown people in a sea of brown people. And so this is kind of the background against which fingerprinting comes to become a viable idea and a technology. But the other interesting and important aspect, again, as a prehistory, is that they couldn't have done this experiment. They couldn't have really experimented and introduced these technologies in the wild in Britain, in Great Britain. So because then they would have been held accountable for what they were doing. If there were wrongful arrests, then they would have been accountable for that. And so colonies or post-colonies, both of them are important beginning points or flashpoints for us as perhaps, let's say, people from India, but also other people from other post-colonies to keep in mind when we think about our computational histories, right? Because again, like I said, for us, those things don't just appear miraculously one day, but they have different trajectories and different pathways. And there's a similar beautiful case study that if you'd ever be interested, you can read about how MRI technologies arrive in India. Why do those things matter is because, again, as pointing to Sandeep's first essay, he talks about how computation and available computational technologies started becoming in demand and started getting asked for once P.C. Mahalanobis, the Indian statistician or the father of Indian statistics, started to understand and carve out a vision around modern independent India. So Mahalanobis had already been fairly sort of vocal and trying to figure out that, if we want independence from the British, we need to develop a so-called scientific temperament, and we need to really start thinking about how we can mobilize science and technology to build an Indian identity, right? And to hence mobilize the tools for our independence as well, not just independence as in physically, but also cognitively and mentally, right? To be able to say as political subjects that we are as intelligent, that we're capable of self-governance, and what is it going to look like if we do get self-governance? What will we make of it if we are a free country? And he has, again, this series of interesting and wild technological experiments as a statistician, right? So he's not thinking at that time about how do I bring this one fancy supercomputer, if at all, if that was ever available, and bring it to India and do something about it. That wasn't the imperative. For him, it was really just about building a national statistical vision and project that would sort of leapfrog India into modernity and help us, catch up with the industrialized nations and so on and so forth. So now when one places the arrival of computers within this kind of a backdrop, much like fingerprinting and the example I gave you, I think things become really interesting. Why I'm telling you this long-winded story for this workshop is because I feel like when we start thinking about big data ethics or algorithmic accountability or the sort of larger project of AI and society within, say, for example, the global South, we do hit upon a problem, right? We do hit upon this challenge of like, well, there's all this research happening, say, for example, in the US, right? There's a huge sort of quite developed field of fairness, accountability, auditing, transparency, whatever. AI and ethics, that field exists. But for that field to exist, for that kind of inquiry to happen, for somebody to be able to use statistics or computational methods or qualitative methods such as ethnography, interviews, auditing, whatever else, you still need to have those objects present, right? You still need all of those databases to be linked to each other. You still need for those, I mean, we don't need them. And I'll come to that in a minute, but a lot of those beginning points are often absent or are often not the same way when we're talking about a global South site, such as India, for example. So why this matters is because then the path forward for a lot of us in the global South is not then to go looking for that computer, is not to, in my opinion, is not to go looking for when that computer really arrives and say, cool, now we also have an algorithmic sorting system, whatever logic introduced into public distribution of welfare services, now we also in India, for example, have facial recognition. So now we can start studying these issues, right? That's not how I think we should go about doing it. I think we need to fold in both our sort of pre-AI histories, some of the ones that I highlighted over here and talked about, but also through them excavate and figure out what is the project of AI and fairness or AI and ethics in a post-colonial country or broadly in the global South. Yes, the last thing I'll say there is also, because I said it need not be so, is because, again, like we need not have to wait for dystopic and bad futures to arrive in the global South for us as researchers to be able to do something about it, right? And what I mean by that is like, again, like to go back to those examples, you need not wait for facial recognition to arrive and do harm or create some sort of undesired results to be able to start looking at its social impact. In some ways, Global South sites are in fact at the cutting edge or at the other edge of things where, because of the material realities, because of the infrastructural realities, right? Because of the social realities that we may have, AI solutions and applications are simply not going to land and in a very deterministic and totalitarian way. They're not just going to roll out and fold out because, for good or for bad, we have fragmented data infrastructures, right? We, again, going back to the example of legacy data, for example, one of those things that one studies, like I study as an AI researcher in the global South, is often really just digitization of all kinds of records. And it's not that, again, like depending on where you're thinking about this from, it may appear to be mundane and boring and not even artificial intelligence anything. But like I said, we have perhaps that short window of opportunity where, for good or for bad, things get worked out, things land very differently in a country like India. And while that messiness is being worked out, while those records are being digitized, to give you an example, what I've seen, also, sorry, Pavan, please keep me on time. So if I'm like about to, 2 minutes or something, just give me a signal, please. Um, yeah, so to give you an example of how things are being worked out and why this is actually great and this is emancipatory and this is where we can really carve out progressive futures as both computer scientists as well as social scientists, is that recently I started, by recently I mean maybe like earlier this year before things went into lockdown, I started interacting with people at a police station and people at a police records bureau in one of the Indian states. And I really just wanted to understand, like, well, what processes of digitization are going on. Um, and I want to compare that to media narratives and accounts that you might have read in the press, where you'll regularly have this article that, like, Delhi police, for example, somehow worked with a team of computer scientists and then also contracted a vendor and got this particular application, which is like a missing children finder, right? And I'm sure as academics we're probably on the same page in terms of, like, those systems don't really work, right? And they don't work as seamlessly, even if they've identified one missing child. But what's interesting about that whole episode is that the media narratives of AI are often, even in the global south, are often trying to catch up with and match the stories that we hear in the US or UK or Europe about, like, this cutting edge AI solution that has transformed how we do a particular thing, et cetera, et cetera. Look at its power, look at its impact. But when you go over to the other side, when you go into a police records bureau, you go into a police station and talk to the people who are actually tasked with using that app, which is, really janky, really broken, and you talk to them, uh, without naming names or telling you too much. What was hilarious is that police personnel would explain to me that we have different kinds of pressures coming from top down, right? People like and this is kind of where the theme of also human machine collaboration, or the importance of looking at human relations and organizational context is so important. Because what they're saying is that we have this top down push and the government wants us to spend more money on digitization. Everyone thinks that if you have more technology, things happen in a better manner. But that's not really, one has to ask, like, does this technology really work? Is this vendor reliable? All these other boring questions that are not really about the algorithm or about even the data set per se, but become so crucial, because at the end of the day, nobody in this chain wants to ask those questions and nobody cares, like nobody wants to hear you complain about it. And so what happens at the end of the day is that the one policeman who has to go out and use this app, because he now has a certain metric that he has to report on. He has to say, I logged in, I used this app for every single day, whatever. He has to find a way to just to show that this app really works, because so many resources, so much rests on the success of these technologies in these contexts, that he has to somehow figure out a way to show that this kind of works. And so, not all the time, but sometimes it's really hilarious, because what they'll do is, police records, police photograph records are like really grainy. If any of you worked with image data from police stations that are in India. And so it's not so easy to just run a check on them and match images even. Like this, we're just talking about CCTV footage or actual photographs captured in the wild. And so you don't often really get results, or the error rate is so high that even just a policeman who's working within his jurisdiction, right? And who's way much more of an expert in that area. He already knows who's on his potential criminal registers. He already knows who might be causing trouble or who might not be. He already knows a lot of things in his area. When he runs this particular AI check, the results that show up, he already knows that not a lot of them are correct. And how does then he go about bridging the gap between what may be false or unreliable information, but also the pressure for him to make AI work? What they'll do is they'll often make the actual arrests based on human intelligence. They'll make those arrests, and then they will parade people, or they'll make people walk where CCTV cameras are installed, but make them walk in a slower fashion so that you're able to get better quality image data. And then once the arrest is made, based on other kinds of evidentiary forms, they're able to match the new footage available and say, well, we use technology to find a criminal and arrest them. So going back to my point about how there's messiness, this is still being worked out in India. I'm definitely not an advocate of, or I'm probably the opponent of, like many other peers of mine, of introducing experimental, unreliable algorithmic logics and procedures and applications within policing, but also generally within any public domain, public service, etc., etc. But we can talk about that somewhere, later maybe. But what matters, however, is to know that we still do have this short window of opportunity available to us, where we're able to um, draw attention or pay more attention to the human factors, right? Or to the social, political, material landscapes where AI isn't just going to land and transform everything. And so if that's not going to happen this seamlessly, then we also have more solutions or tools available to us to be able to challenge how AI is implemented in areas of public life. Pawan, am I out of time?
So we'll take about 5 to 10 minutes of questions.
Okay.
Can you wrap it up in another 2 to 3 minutes?
Yeah, sure. That's great. So this is the Lives of Data book I spoke to you about. It also has an essay by me. And my dissertation research is mostly on ride hailing and food delivery and other kinds of platforms. And again, I tried to decenter the algorithmic object and say, let's not talk about black boxed objects, and let's, it's boring. Like, okay, they're black boxed, so what? Even if they're black boxed, it would be wrong, or it would be unproductive to perhaps focus on how black boxed algorithms make bad decisions, because oftentimes it's actually business logics and profit logics and companies and design and so many other elements that surround the algorithmic application that contribute to decision making, right? So drawing on all of these experiences, research experiences and things that I'm working on, at the AI Now Institute, we launched this other thing, which is called a new AI lexicon. And it'll take me a whole different talk to talk about it. But essentially, this is a project where we're now beginning to publish essays by people from across the globe, who are just trying to find new ways to talk about fairness, to talk about dissent, to talk about care or accountability, ways that are not depending on or assuming that we all have the same historical origins. The computer didn't come to all of us in the same fashion. And I'll stop there. If you want to have a look at the call has closed, but it might give you an idea of what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much for the lovely talk. We'll open the floor for questions. I have one question. Any other participant who wants to question? Sure. So I'll take charge and ask you one question. So I really was concerned when you said that, hey, I am not open to algorithms in the high risk setting, because that's what I'm planning for my PhD at the New York University. So we can have a long chat when I come there. But for a more specific question, so I was reading one paper from Kleinberg. He's a computer scientist. So he says that he proves that theoretically that multiple notions of fairness cannot be satisfied. I mean, I don't want you to like immediately answer. You can think about it and then come back in the panel. But just as a starter, when different notions of fairness are incompatible, and then how do you choose that? Hey, I want to choose calibration. I want to choose predictive parity. I want to choose the false positive rate. So how do you choose? Do you situate it in the context, the cultural context, or can you like give a specific example where you say that, hey, this is the cultural context and this is why I'm choosing this this sort of a metric of fairness?
So without really responding to the paper,
Right.
I guess I do have to point to the methodological or even like, yeah, I guess just methodological differences in terms of the fact that my project, and by my project, I mean like the way I do research and how I think about these questions as a qualitative researcher, as someone whose job is really just to go out there, talk to people and see how these systems work out in the wild. I would begin by even contesting a positivist notion of fairness, right? I would even, and that's kind of where I feel like the FACCT community is generative and useful, because a lot of computer scientists are learning how to be less positivist or how to decenter um, computational methods. And for a second, just think about the ontological questions that are at stake here. And what I mean by that is, I don't want to be like rhetorical, but what I really mean is that, like, well, what is fairness, right? It would really depend based on whose perspective or based on whose goals you're trying to define fairness, right? That's maybe as common as our language gets here. But that matters, because once you're not answering this question from the perspective of controlling for fairness, and you're completely sort of putting away the computational stuff on the side, and you go to people who might potentially be affected by the implementation of any of these methods at a later stage, they're not going to speak to you in the same language, right? They're going to tell you what their stakes are depending on where they are in life. And I don't just mean like poor people, or sick and poor people, or people who are the beneficiaries of the state welfare, state healthcare systems, etc. I also mean people, say for example, if you went and spoke to day traders or intraday traders, right? Or you speak to any sort of financial actors. There was this very similar kind of anxieties or questions that played out when different stock markets were digitized, and then subsequently were also whatever it's called, the high frequency trading, right? So they were, I guess, algorithmized or whatever have you. And at every point, if one wants to implement those systems within a particular setup, and which isn't just about its culture or its politics, but also its economics, you're always going to have to first find a way to bridge or reconcile the ways in which actors within those bounded settings think about fairness or discrimination or anything else, and then maybe work your way backwards to asking, does it even make sense, right? Does it even make sense to introduce or experiment or design something that I had initially started with, if it's not speaking to the goals of this particular community? So that's kind of the broader answer to this.
So thank you so much. I'll probably ask more questions in the panel. So I'll move on to the next talk. Any more questions from the audience before I move on to the next talk? Any questions from the attendees? The attendees can post questions and I'll direct it to Nupur. Okay.
I just want to take a second to thank you all for inviting me. I'm really sorry the time zones just all strange. So I hope that this has been somewhat productive and fruitful for you, because it's certainly been so for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for making it so early. Most of us here are from the computer science background. So whatever you share with us is invaluable, because it'll give some sort of direction to go and dig more in that direction. So thank you so much, Nupur. I will introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Nitya Sambasivan. Nitya Sambasivan is a staff researcher at PAIR and leads the HCI group at Google Research India. She's affiliate faculty at the University of Washington. Her current research focuses on designing responsible AI, including data, fairness, trust, and privacy issues, by centering marginalized communities in the global South. Within Google, her research has been foundational to expanding the company's focus to the global South and incorporating many products and strategies concerning the global South issues. She has a PhD in information and computer sciences from UC Irvine and a master's from Georgia Tech. She has done stints at Microsoft Research, IBM Research, and Nokia Research Centers. Unfortunately, since Nitya could not make it, we'll be sharing a pre-recorded video.
Hi, my name is Nitya Sambasivan. I'm an HCI researcher at Google Research. I'm part of the People in AI research team, and I lead the HCI group at Google Research India. And my long-term research agenda has been on HCI, which is human-computer interaction, and marginalized communities in the global South. So today I'm going to talk to you about how we're using techniques and methods from HCI in developing responsible AI for the global South. So my motivation comes from a few different places. One is that 80% or more of the world's humanity lives in the global South. So these are countries outside of the US and EU. And yet the dominant way in which we design technology does not seem to account for the needs, realities, values of communities that live in the global South. In fact, we see that because of the low cost, the large populations, the policy infirmities, we see these third world designs, or double standards in designs, especially when it comes to automated technologies these days. Another motivation comes from the fact that the way ML systems are measured in terms of accuracy, F1 scores, and really performance is completely short-sighted and misses the forest for the trees. When increasingly ML systems are being deployed in the real world in domains that are extremely high stakes, that even governments struggle to tackle, and with a wide swath of populations in the world. So it's no longer enough to just measure if a model's output or its performance is high, but we really need to think beyond accuracy to incorporate notions of fairness, privacy, human agency, and other broader notions of ethics. And today, when ML is becoming so hype-driven, and nations are defined as AI superpowers, and there's, to the point where there's plagiarism, and ML challenges are empirical challenges to be won, we really need to be asking some fundamental questions about where are these troubling trends going, and how do we measure success, and how do we really measure the impact of these systems? So in that sense, how do we go from an AI that is contemporarily automation first, hungry for data, fairly disempowering, centered in the West and applied to the rest of the world, to a humans first AI that respects agency, that is participatory, and that moves towards a pluriverse where multiple mini universes can live together rather than just a West-centric model? So today I'm going to talk to you about three of my recent projects: algorithmic fairness, data cascades, and privacy and abuse, that are centered in the global south. So let me start off with reimagining algorithmic fairness in India. So this is a joint project with members of Ethical AI and Google Research. When we look at a success in the field of fair machine learning, one example that comes to mind is facial recognition. So here, empirical evidence showed that there were inbuilt biases in facial recognition models against minority groups, and in concert with various other forces like civil society, a tech-literate government, functional institutions that are responsive to user feedback, so industry that responds to user feedback, and really the tooling and the availability of APIs and open data sets and audits that allowed researchers to assess these algorithms, and an investigative journalism sector that reported on these on the research studies, as well as the impacts of facial recognition on populations like Black communities, overall led to bans and moratoria on facial recognition algorithms, particularly in 2020. So today, facial recognition is banned by the San Francisco government. This is where I live, Oakland, New Jersey. We're also seeing that big tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft are taking a stance against facial recognition. We argue that this notion of fairness is rooted in the West. And in fact, we argue that predominantly all fairness research is premised on the United States. It's based on the structural injustices of the US, like race and gender, on data sets that are highly skewed towards Western populations, like ImageNet, on measurement scales that have been tested on Western populations but may not work perfectly even there, like the Fitzpatrick scale, and laws based on civil rights and Enlightenment values. But the problem is the conventional fair ML, which is really conventional Western fair ML, is now being applied in a copy-paste model for countries around the world. It's troublingly used in India, Tunisia, Mexico, and more, and without really paying attention to the specific context of the local communities. Instead, there's a copy-paste approach. So then Western algorithmic fairness is now becoming universal algorithmic fairness. So then the questions we ask are, how does the conventional algorithmic fairness framework generalize or break in non-Western contexts? Does fairness itself have a structurally different meaning? Is there anything that fairness assumes that could actually be harmful or counterproductive elsewhere outside of the West? So using a methodology of qualitative interviews with scholars and activists that are committed to marginalized communities in India. So these were experts across law, computer science, economics, political sciences, science and technology studies, and more, in combination with an analysis of the past 11 years, that is since Aadhaar was introduced, of technology reports and policy documents of algorithmic deployments in India. This forms the basis of the empirical basis of our study. So we contend that conventional algorithmic fairness is actually harmful for Indian communities because of the large distance between models and communities. So vis-a-vis the imagined notion of here's a model and this output is going to be impacting a user directly. In India, we see that there are so many layers that act in the way of a model's output impacting a community. And these include data and the model optimizations, the way the technology industry responds to Indian communities, and we argue double standards, and the way that there is so much aspiration attached to AI, but to the point where it is unquestioning and highly, highly opaque. These are certain forces that act in the way of models having impact on oppressed communities in particular. So let's look at a few of these themes. When it comes to data and model distortions, we find that there is an implicit assumption in fairness that if you fix the data, you can fix the bias. So just by balancing the data, the bias it disappears. But then this breaks easily because the idea of a data point can correspond to a person or a phenomenon is something that we can challenge. In India, with half the population not having access to the internet, and with those that are online having differential access because of their own privileges, ML models today seem to skew more towards rich people problems and more towards rich data profiles, which tends to be largely middle-class men and tends to marginalize particularly women, Dalits, Adivasis, rural communities. So, and when there are practices that happen outside of the model, say through phone calls or offline interactions, these are not captured as data points. We also challenge this notion of a one-to-one correspondence because of norms around shared device usage, or where one identity might be used by multiple people. So in many cases, it becomes one-to-many correspondence or many-to-one correspondence. Or there may be a proxy in between who's using the technology. And speaking of proxies, this is a common technique that's used for analysis in fairness and machine learning. We find that proxies, the standard proxies like name, zip code, purchase behavior may have different connotations or implementations in India. For example, the name of an individual is the most semantically meaningful concept in India, or identifier. It can connote caste, religion, ethnicity, to some extent class as well. And even the idea of a zip code is much more complicated because zip codes in India tend to be a lot more heterogeneous, where you can have a low-income slum community abutting a high-income posh residential complex. Whereas in the West, these zip codes have been treated differently as corresponding to homogeneous neighborhoods because of a history of redlining. We also find that Indic models of social justice, such as reservations, present new opportunities for thinking about quota-based allocations for marginalized communities that are meant to, that are somewhat in contrast to equal opportunity for everybody based on the US. And by examining oppression of subgroups in India, we find that there are multiple axes of discrimination that the field of fairness has not really examined. For example, caste and tribe. Many of these are ascribed identities rather than biological identities. Say in contrast to gender or race, which can lend itself to visual recognition. Some of these identities are much harder to decipher and to accurately assess. So another theme is that of distance and double standards from ML makers. So we find that India is treated as a sort of a bottom billion petri dish for intrusive models, for intrusive data collection, and that recourse is culturally insensitive in many cases and is non-existent in some cases. And this is particularly dire for marginalized communities for whom the middlemen are now removed, right? So the street level bureaucrats, the administrative officers are now gone with machine learning. You have an app to respond to, and the app may not understand what you're saying or may not even act upon what you're saying. And so this high-tech illegibility that comes with machine learning is much more severe for marginalized communities. Bodies of members of marginalized groups, like sanitation workers from the Dalit community, are used as test subjects for new high-stakes machine learning. So in a couple of places in India already, we start to see these human efficiency trackers that can monitor location, speech, that even has a camera that can monitor timing, and these are productivity tools, right? But they cause so much fear among the sanitation workers that women refuse to wear these they refuse to go to the restroom when wearing these wearables, or the workers wait for these watches to die before going home because they're afraid of snooping at home. Additionally, who makes the machine learning for whom? We find that in India, there's a large sector in IT, but it tends to be in services and in outsourcing, and may not have as much ability to remediate the distance. And even when there are engineers from India, in tech companies, they tend to disproportionately come from privileged class and caste backgrounds. And so there's a greater distance when they design for everybody, because they're not aware of the experiences of everybody. And finally, when it comes to the state and civil society, AI commands tremendous aspiration, and this isn't specific to AI. This has been the case throughout recent history with technology in India and many other countries of the global south. But now with AI, countries are being treated as superpowers and rulers, and there is a disproportionate amount of confidence in high-stakes AI and very early deployments, even without the necessary testing, even when they have low accuracy. So, for example, the Delhi facial recognition system in court claimed to have about 1% accuracy and could not distinguish between boys and girls. And this was used to arrest protesters for the NRC bill in January of last year. And the official statement was, this is a software. It does not see faith. It does not see clothes. It only sees the face. And through the face, the person is caught. But that is inaccurate and naive, rather, because if you look at the NCRB data, the prison under trials largely correspond to Dalit communities, Muslims, and low-income communities. And so these are the databases that are being used, that are being fed into facial recognition systems, even when they do work. AI for good or AI for all projects like smart cities are not quite inclusive of minorities. So under the narrative of women's safety, we start to see a lot of surveillance going on. But firstly, it may not even be inclusive of women's own consent and agency, but they're especially problematic for LGBTQ communities, and in getting into questions of women's safety. For example, cameras deployed outside of women's restrooms may be harmful for transgender folks. In India, we also see that there is end-to-end opacity. Now, this is in contrast to model opacity and explainability issues that we've talked about, that the research community talks about, where the developer is trying to understand how, or a user is trying to understand how a model came up with an inference. In contrast, in India, we see that there is end-to-end opacity. So that is, we don't know what the problem statement is. We don't know what the data sets are. We don't know what the models are. We don't know what the outputs are. And there are no tools and mechanisms to be able to assess these. The same facial recognition system was first announced to be used for detecting criminals. Then the narrative became detecting missing children, and then it was used to arrest protesters. And a lot of this is because there is a lack of a larger ecosystem that is necessary. If you recall the facial recognition example that I gave, a big part of why these bans and moratoria came into place is because of a healthy civil society, investigative journalism, and tech-literate government servants. Whereas in India, we find that a crucial stakeholder like journalists tend to report on business-oriented technology like launches and revenue of tech companies, and are not really questioning or in fact being adversarial towards the launch of high-stakes machine learning. So we argue that many of the assumptions that are made in conventional AI fairness around data, around models, around the efficacy of models on communities actually do not work. And we need to fundamentally re-examine and reimagine what AI fairness should look like. starting with recontextualizing data and models to keep in mind and solve for the data distortions, the model optimizations that are actually truly fair to the communities, by empowering communities, by working with them participatorily and designing with them, giving them voice and giving them recourse, and reflecting what is fair for the community in the technology, and not just stopping with building a model, but actually being concerned with the implementation of the model, which several fields like ICTD and even AI for social good are good, have set a good precedent in thinking about, say, delay tolerant connectivity, low resource infrastructures, low cost devices, languages, costs, and so on. And finally, it's not enough to do the research. We also need an ecosystem to be developed here, and that requires members of civil society. It requires the government to be tuned into ML, but also being open to criticism, and the availability of tools and mechanisms to be able to inspect models that are being deployed on communities. So that brings me to the end of algorithmic fairness in India. I'm going to move to data cascades in high-stakes AI and briefly touch upon privacy in the global south. So again, this is it's a collaboration across Google. As we talk about AI, data is the critical technical infrastructure of AI. Data labeling is in fact a big proportion of ML project costs. And data determines the behavior of ML systems, but data is paradoxically the most undervalued aspect of AI and ML systems, especially when it comes to in contrast to the glamour of models and model development. And same goes for the data workers, the humans that power the data. The labor is often ignored. And data is often attacked as a database, legal or licensing issue, but we think that HCI has an interesting approach to provide here. So as part of this larger project on human data interaction, we've examined data collectors, raters, and AI researchers and developers. I'm just going to talk about the AI developers and researchers. So we find that in about 50 plus interviews that we've done with high stakes AI developers, and by high stakes I mean domains where there are safety impacts. So this is in domains like cancer detection, wildlife poaching, loan allocation, self-driving cars, and so on. And we're particularly interested in high stakes domains because there is a greater consequence of AI models, and increasingly as AI starts to grow in various aspects of human existence, it is entering areas where governments and policymakers have struggled with in various humanitarian areas. So what we found was that there are prolific, disastrous data cascades that occur in AI and machine learning. Now, a data cascade is a compounding event causing negative downstream effects from data issues that results in technical debt over time. Essentially, what this means is that the data quality is ignored during the building and the production of machine learning, and that results in pretty severe disasters once the systems are deployed in the wild. And some of these can take up to 3 to 4 years to manifest. They're highly opaque, they're highly invisible, and many of these cascades are long drawn. 92% of our participants experienced at least one form of data cascade. And they predominantly have negative effects, including harm to communities, abandoning projects, redoing data collection, burnout of relationships, and so on. But these are avoidable by having intentional practices towards data in AI development. Some of the factors that explain the context behind data cascades are the lopsided incentives in AI and ML, the prestige and the upward mobility around publishing new models and higher and higher performing models, right? That leads to, in our study, that led in some cases to hacking the performance of the model rather than caring about the quality or the safety of the model itself. We find that despite the fact that there is so much open source education for AI and ML, it tends to downplay or under educate around real world data literacy, and tends to focus more on model development and really just data cleaning, when in fact so much of AI and ML work is about going out and gathering your own data, building relationships, working with domain experts, dealing with challenges in the data, understanding the reliability of the data itself. And in many AI projects in the global south, where there is a limited existing digital infrastructure, data bootstrapping is a very challenging issue. The cold start issue is very common. And of course, there's high downstream accountability in high stakes ML. So we found 4 dominant types of cascades that have triggers in the ML cycle and that manifest as impacts. I'm just going to talk to you about a couple of these. One is interacting with physical world brittleness. So here, we find that many high stakes projects, and I mean, all AI projects are subject to some level of brittleness, but in high stakes ML, there tends to be a lot more fragility because of a heavy usage of sensors and instrumentation, and also because these operate in undigitized physical worlds like air quality, maternal mortality, and so on, where there may not be pre-existing data, and that data has to be collected from scratch. So they tend to be brittle deployments interacting with physical worlds, and even the slightest changes can lead to model failure. And there tends to be very little robustness of these models. So for example, even a camera moving by a millimeter for a road safety detection deployment can lead to the AI model failing completely. This comes from the fact that I should take a step back and say the data cascades predominantly occur because of a carryover of conventional AI ML practices from worlds of big data, where data is operational, it's ignored, and in this particular case, because of a very pristine training data set, rather than having noise in the data set, it leads to models simply failing in the wild. Another area is that of inadequate application domain expertise. So we find that this is a carryover of a practice of sort of looking down upon domain experts and trusting one's own judgment as a machine learning developer, even in social and scientific contexts that are truly complex, like diagnosing if a bone is fractured or not, identifying if an individual is a poacher or a villager, identifying if a baby is likely to have congenital conditions that could lead to a preterm baby. These are not machine learning questions. These require depth of domain expertise. And in our study, several developers talked about how they sort of undervalued domain expertise and only engaged with domain experts in problem statement and not throughout the life cycle, leading to data cascades. So examples of triggers are limited subjectivity in ground truth and inadequately representative data that's being used all over the world, generalized. I'm going to skip some of these and move straight to implications. So we call for data as being treated as a first-class citizen of AI and ML, because data really represents people and phenomena when done right. Rather than gathering more data and doing more with data, we need to do better with data. In other words, rather than goodness of fit, we need to be examining goodness of the data itself. And many fields already do this, especially in the social sciences and the biological sciences, and we can learn from them. Raters, some of the data workers like raters and data collectors are really important humans in the loop of a data set, but their experiences in our research showed that They have pretty terrible tasks and processes and user interfaces, and we need to actually treat them as users of our important stakeholders of AI and ML and actually design for them because they are the ones producing and labeling the data. We call for valuing domain expertise. We call for better tools for both ends of the life cycle. So today there's plenty of tools for data cleaning and data analysis, but very little for data definition. And very little for the drifts that occur, detecting the drifts in the real world. And finally, better incentives and education in AI and ML to equip engineers and researchers with the ability to understand and to trust their data when they're launching these systems. All right, finally, I'm going to talk about abuse and privacy in South Asia. So this is part of a larger project on gender equity online. One of the women only comprise about roughly more than 1/3 of India's internet population. It is growing, but it tends to be in that ballpark. And this is similar in many other countries of South Asia. In 3/4 of the world, 3/4 of countries around the world, there are more men than women online. Now, online safety is one of the biggest barriers to women going online because of abuse and harassment. Abuse is frequently experienced, especially among minorities, and the consequences can be very severe. If you take the example of Vinupriya, the first image on the left, who was a 21-year-old college-going student in South India who committed suicide because her Facebook photo was taken and downloaded and morphed into pornography and circulated virally. And she faced a lot of stigma. Similarly, Kandil Baloch from Pakistan was murdered by her own brother for posting glamorous Instagram posts. So in our research, I'm happy to send links to the papers for methodology, but this was roughly done with a combination of surveys and interviews in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. So in our research, we find that there are 3 main abuse vectors: cyberstalking, impersonation, and personal content leaks. Now, cyberstalking is constant, unwanted attention from strangers online. And this can happen in the form of sexualized messages like "I love you" and sexual requests. We find that any communication mechanism can be exploited to contact women and harass them. So here Shanti says, on social media platforms, they come and say, "I love you, come with me." Recently, I posted an ad for a scooter on a classifieds app. And even there, I got requests like, "Do you want to have sex?" They don't leave us alone anywhere we go. The various units of identity in a profile, like name, phone number, photo, location, are all entry points to abuse. Take an example, an incident that happened in UP a couple of years ago, where women's phone numbers were copied in cell phone recharge shops and sold in bulk to anybody who was willing to pay. And of course, you can imagine there was harassment that occurred, because today with the phone number, you can create a profile, you can contact anybody, you can share content with them. Another form of abuse was that of impersonation, where a victim's name or a likeness was copied without their consent. And one way in which this occurred was through synthetic porn, stitching pornographic images to an individual's face. And the victims are not alerted by platforms about these damages. And another way in which this occurs is through fake profiles, creating a false, disreputable profile. A third way in which this occurs is that of personal content leaks, where non-consensual personal content is revealed in unwanted social contexts. So something that's very ordinary, like friendly chats and names and innocent photos, can be turned into harmful content. So I'll give you an example of an incident that was reported to us. In Frontier, Pakistan, an NGO, women's safety NGO, reported that there was a Facebook group that was used to post content on women college students by the male college students, and even names and photos led to tremendous harassment. And because the content was in Pashto, and that's not a language that's commonly spoken, the NGO staff actually reported it to Facebook and translated the content into English. And this back and forth took about a week. And the NGO staff member told us that sharing a girl's picture online may not be a big deal for US people, but a fully clothed photo can lead to suicide in conservative parts. So a week can be a very long time when it comes to harassment and damage. Online abuse can lead to emotional harm, reputational harm, where especially in this context where a woman's reputation is signifies a community or a family's entire reputation. And we also saw domestic violence that occurred as a result. So how did the women and non-binary folks that we spoke to deal with this abuse? So one way was to resolve the abuse by surprisingly relying heavily on family and friends, 47%, and relying very little on platforms, 2%, and police, 1%. And by preventing abuse in the first place, using strategies like using non-face photos, like flowers, religious quotes, pets, establishing common trust signals, seeing if they know, somebody that's sending a friend request, limiting their own self-disclosure. And this is in fact a disturbing practice because this has long-term effects of women internet users actually limiting their participation online, even when they have access to the internet. So some of the takeaways are to really understand and leverage cultural relations, like the fact that women are relying on friends and family is a very important signal. Tech platforms and police are rarely trusted. NGOs are critical bridges. And the notion of abuse is so highly contextual that we can't assume what is abusive in one context to be true elsewhere. Mildly sensitive content like a name or a photo can be abusive in many parts of the world. Finally, and we don't have time for this, I'm just going to talk about a highlight insight here on privacy practices by women as part of the same study. Now, we know that sharing occurs pretty regularly. So we were interested in the question of how is privacy managed and what are the strategies that are used. So we find that even though there's enormous amounts of sharing that goes on among women in South Asia, a mother's phone becomes a family phone, for example. The term privacy itself is sort of negatively associated at face value. So we would get responses like privacy is not for me, it's for these rich women, and because it's associated with Western cultural goods. But in reality, as we got deeper into these interviews, we learned about various privacy preserving practices that are being used by that were being used by our respondents. So I'm just going to talk to you about a couple of these. Phone locks, largely to prevent theft, but very easy to figure out. App locks, which you may be familiar with, more granular protection, but can lead to questions like, what are you hiding? Simply the presence of an app lock dialog can lead to reputation questions. And the most effective strategy was aggregate and entity deletions, where deleting history, entire threads, messages led to fine-grained control. This is one of our favorite quotes where Shaina says, when I watch a video that's a little bit not nice, then I search for 5 or 6 other videos on different topics to remove it. So she understands machine learning. She understands that she's going to get personalized videos, but she doesn't know how to control the videos that the algorithm recommends to her. And so she watches other topics to confuse the algorithm. These deletions provide higher levels of freedom, but they're highly unintuitive to discover. Long presses and hidden behind menus. And a couple of other strategies were to use private modes and to simply avoid using specific applications like payment apps because of the questions that might arise from partners. So the implication is that privacy is highly culturally shaped, and there may be different connotations around privacy, but in our study we found that it was a very strong need, and there were some very clear privacy protection practices. And in fact, an array of practices that were used depending on the situation. Covert privacy was preferred, but very hard to discover. And this is much harder for new internet users. a bunch of this research has impacted several products at Google, like Safe Folder on Google Files, Incognito on Google Go, which is a much more apparent on the homepage itself. Neighborly, which was a product that we launched that used privacy first principles, like first name only, no screenshots, small radius communities. Google Maps has a stay safer feature, which can alert the user when they go off route, when a driver deviates. Google Station has very clear safety messaging when women were concerned with giving their phone numbers for OTP. And additionally, we've also, for other findings, launched STEM role model videos. Happy to share the papers via email. Please feel free to reach out and share your thoughts and questions. I'm apologies that the time zone doesn't work for me with Pacific time, but I look forward to staying in touch.
So that was a lovely talk by Nithya Sambasivan. So please post your questions in the chat window. We'll take all of them and then contact Nithya. So our next speaker is Arunima Sarkar. Arunima is currently the AI lead, the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, World Economic Forum. She leads the co-design of government, protocol, and technology policy frameworks for artificial intelligence to maximize benefit for the society and to mitigate any unwanted outcomes. Arunima has 20 plus years of experience in research, corporate growth, and strategy, encompassing technology policy with a special focus on data analytics and artificial intelligence. She has led the global applied intelligence research at Accenture and also worked in technology consultant and research roles in organizations like Gartner. Arunima has been leading several initiatives with multi-stakeholder communities around AI and ethics, and operationalizing AI ethics guidelines across several sectorial use cases and applications. Arunima, could you please start your talk?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, I hope it's visible, my screen now.
It's visible, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to the workshop today. So as Pawan mentioned, I lead the AI initiatives at the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution World Economic Forum. And I will be spending some time today talking about AI ethics and governance. I'll talk about some of the ways we go about working on AI governance at the World Economic Forum with a few examples. And I'll also pick up one example to illustrate the journey from AI ethics principles to practice, what we call the operationalization of AI ethics. So the new technologies that are driving the fourth industrial revolution, they will be key to the global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, but only if they are harnessed properly. And that was the message from the World Economic Forum's Global Technology Governance Summit, which we held in April 2021, and where we had leaders gathering virtually to discuss how we can ensure emerging technologies are designed and used responsibly. And without effective governance to ensure the new developments enhance equality and inclusion, technology could actually increase inequality and bias and enable abuses of power, is what we heard at the summit. And to quote Professor Klaus Schwab, who's the founder and the executive chairman at the World Economic Forum, COVID-19 has accelerated our transition into the age of the fourth industrial revolution. And we need to make sure that the new technologies are in the digital, biological, and physical world remain human-centered and they serve society as a whole, providing everyone with fair access. So I would like to begin by just telling you a little bit about what we do at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is part of the World Economic Forum. We have offices in San Francisco, China, Japan, and India. We also have the affiliate centers, which are where institutions in the host countries run these centers in collaboration with the forum. In other places in the world, there are a few in South America, in Middle East, in Africa, and in Europe. So what are we really doing in all these centers? So we have seen that there is a real need around how do we create public-private partnerships and multi-stakeholder environments to really make sure that we can get through all the benefits of emerging technologies like AI and mitigate the risks. So we do this by co-creating governance around the 4IR technologies like AI, data policy, blockchain, and IoT. So we work on governance, which varies from things like norms and self-regulation to laws being passed to regulate wherever the need arises. So the possibilities of the new fourth industrial revolution technologies, if deployed appropriately, should be used to reinvent the way we operate in the new context, everything from government services, education, and healthcare, to the way businesses actually interact and provide value to its customers. And an essential consideration for governments, businesses, and civil society is how these technologies are harnessed and regulated to accelerate growth, encourage innovation, and build resiliency. And working together, the public and the private sectors have the opportunity to nurture the development of the fourth industrial revolution technologies while mitigating any of the risks of unethical or any malicious uses as well. So as AI makes advances and new products and services are getting created around it, we must pay attention to the increasing gap between the technological advancement and the ability of organizations and policymakers to keep up with this change. And to address this gap, we at the C4IR network of centers at the forum develop tools which help organizations and governments to adopt these 4IR technologies such as AI in a responsible manner. And these frameworks are designed, they're co-designed with global multi-stakeholder groups of experts. We then pilot them in specific use cases, jurisdictions, applications, and then these frames are scaled more broadly across the globe. So if I were to look at the history of AI ethics over the last few years, it was around 2014 was the year that really brought ethics into in AI into the mainstream thinking. That was the year when DeepMind demanded that Google create an ethics board. AI was seen as an existential risk by scholars and technology founders like Elon Musk, by giant talents, Stephen Hawking. Nick Bostrom published the Superintelligence. Around 2015, John Havens, founder and director of the IEEE initiative on AI ethics, brought together people to work on ethical standards for AI tools, what is called the ethical aligned design. In 2017, the Future of Life Institute brought together people and the discussion really moved from talking about existential risks to more of the ML risks. There were very now problems with machine learning that got discussed, and what got published were the well-known Asilomars principles. And since then till today, there are more than 190 sets of ethical principles that have been developed. Quite a few countries have now started drafting national AI strategies as well. But wherever they are based, I think what we can see, there are roughly 10 principles in common that I've just listed here around accountability, transparency, explainability, fairness, safety, security and robustness of systems, privacy, diversity and inclusion, beneficial AI, and human agency. And a nomenclature that is also being widely used by businesses today is more around responsible AI and trustworthy AI. So now that we have all these principles, it is now important to move from principles to practice. And we have been working with businesses, governments, and academia and civil society on operationalizing these principles and creating various frameworks. And most of our frameworks are created around, one, informing policy innovations, two, around value creation. So we try and unlock value from AI by sharing the use case studies from various AI applications. Three, around social impact. So accelerating the development and adoption of AI to address some of the societal challenges that are failed in several countries, including the emerging economies. And fourth is around the positive futures. So we try and orient the future development of AI and economic advancement in a positive direction. In India, we have been working with Niti Aayog in developing India's national responsible AI strategy. And earlier in the day, Ms. Anna Roy, she highlighted the work which is being led by Niti Aayog in developing India's national AI strategy, and also the various dimensions of the AI strategy, including responsible AI strategy. And to further illustrate ways in which responsible AI can be embedded into institutions, processes, behaviors, design of technologies, I'll briefly talk through a few of these examples. There are several frameworks that we are currently building across these four broad areas that I mentioned. I'll speak through a couple of them right now. So this one is a project in the public sector that I would like to highlight today. It's called Unlocking Public Sector AI. So we have created guidelines for the public procurement of AI, which present the general considerations which are to be taken by governments when they are buying any AI-powered solutions. So overall, these guidelines, they aim to guide all parties who are involved in the procurement lifecycle, which would include policy officials, procurement officers, data scientists, technology providers, and their leaders, towards the overarching goal of safeguarding public benefit and well-being. So these guidelines, they help in a few ways. They help the procurement officials and the commercial teams to actually develop AI-related RFPs and to manage the procurement processes. It helps the data practitioners, which includes statisticians, data scientists, and the digital and technology experts, to safeguard public benefit and to identify and manage some of the potential risks. And at the same time, it helps the AI solution providers to better understand what are the core expectations for government AI projects, and they can align their proposals with some of the emerging standards for public procurement. And what we feel is that leveraging the significant purchasing power of governments in the market, the private sector adoption of these guidelines can actually permeate in the industry beyond the adoption by the public sector organizations themselves. And these transparent guidelines can actually permit both the established companies and also the new entrants into the AI ecosystem to compete on a level playing field for government contracts. So these guidelines were developed by the World Economic Forum C4IR in consultation with a multi-stakeholder community. We had fellows from the UK government's Office of AI with whom these guidelines were developed, along with fellows from organizations like Deloitte, Splunk, and Salesforce as well. And we convened several workshops with representatives from governments, academia, civil society, and the private sector to explore some of the key issues and co-design the responses. And since then, these guidelines have then been piloted in 4 ministries in the UK. They have also been then piloted with the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority and the Bahrain Economic Development Board. And there are a few other governments across the world where we are having discussions about piloting these procurement guidelines. The next one that I've picked up is one example from the private sector. So we are also working with companies to build toolkits for boards and the C-suite to understand how AI will affect their businesses for good or ill. And there are 12 modules in this toolkit that has been built. And right in the center is what you see, the AI ethics module. So companies, they will play a significant role in how AI impacts society. Yet our research has found that many executives and investors still do not understand the full scope of what AI can do for them and what parameters they can set to ensure that the use of the technology is ethical and responsible. And only a handful of companies have policies for managing the potential risks posed by AI, despite the investments in the technology rising so steadily. And so to help the boards of organizations tackle these challenges, the forum worked with more than 100 companies and technology experts during the course of a year to develop the Empowering AI Leadership Board Toolkit. And built with the structure of the board meetings in mind, this toolkit has 12 modules which are designed to help boards of directors to understand the impact and potential of AI in their company. So you would see the customer, brand, cybersecurity, employees, technology, operations, and competition modules on the screen, and also some of the areas of control around audit, risk, governance, and ethics. And the ethics module helps specifically in setting standards for the proper development, deployment, and use of AI. Example, how do you go about setting ethics principles for AI? How do you establish an ethics board? How do you implement AI ethics codes, and understanding the risks from ethics failures? And this toolkit was again created by the forum with several organizations like Accenture, BBVA, IBM, and Suntory Holdings. And currently we are working on the version 2 of this toolkit, which is the C-suite AI toolkit around responsible use of AI and helping with the C-suite of organizations to actually implement and deploy AI in a responsible manner. So these are some instances of work that we are doing with governments and businesses at the forum on AI ethics. There are several other such frameworks as well that are being developed. For example, for high-risk use cases, we are developing frameworks for facial recognition technology in different applications again, in case of flow management, in case of law enforcement as well. And we also have frameworks for scaling up use of AI for social sectors and like healthcare. We have specific frameworks around the responsible use of AI and children, which we call the Generation AI project, and we have been working closely with UNICEF in this area. And we have also initiated a piece of work and frameworks around AI and aging. So how is AI used responsibly for the elderly populations as well? So I would like to spend the next 10 to 15 minutes to take up one specific example of a governance framework to illustrate how have we gone about not only developing principles, but also putting them to practice, and how do we test them in different contexts, learn, and how do we iterate these frameworks. And the chatbots reset framework is what I'll talk about next. It addresses a particular critical area of social importance, which is healthcare. And as we have seen in the ongoing pandemic, it is of paramount importance to manage all the aspects of healthcare responsibly. And among them is the rapidly increasing use of AI in healthcare. And we have organizations today in India as well as Europe who are currently piloting this framework and providing us feedback on the usability and effectiveness of the framework in their specific contexts. So the goal of the Chatbots Reset project is to design a governance framework for the responsible use of chatbots in healthcare by bringing together chatbot developers, chatbot platforms, the medical community, civil society, academia, and healthcare regulators. And through designing, piloting, and scaling the framework, what we strive to achieve broad adoption of conversational AI in healthcare, maximizing their beneficial uses while minimizing some of the negative consequences. This project was launched in January 2020. And soon thereafter, the importance of chatbots became apparent even more from their increased use for disseminating curated information about COVID-19 and the coronavirus. And since then, following a series of workshops to brainstorm the potential uses of conversational AI, the risks and the governance gaps in the year 2020, we had a multi-stakeholder global project community which began co-creating this governance framework through a series of virtual meetings. And the results of this work is what we call the Chatbots Reset Governance Framework, which contains 10 principles and 75 recommended actions. I'll briefly now talk about this framework as well. And working with partners drawn from a diverse stakeholder community, and piloting of the framework in actual use cases is currently ongoing. And the results from this pilot will be shared in a subsequent publication as well. And we are also exploring extending this framework to other uses of AI in healthcare and uses of chatbots in industries other than healthcare as well. So here I'll briefly touch upon the various benefits and uses of chatbots that we have seen. So chatbots have several use cases that most of you would be aware of. And they can be accessed anywhere, anytime. They are low cost, and they can be rapidly deployed in a few days. They're more intuitive than other digital options. And these are some of the benefits amongst many that we have seen for the use of conversational AI in healthcare. And they're finding increasing uses in healthcare as well. And recently propelled by the COVID-19 pandemic related information dissemination needs. Many global and national healthcare organizations have adopted chatbots as a way of communicating with their constituents about the virus and the disease. For example, the Center for Disease Control uses a chatbot on its website for coronavirus self-checking. The WHO has a WhatsApp messenger chatbot for COVID-19 information. So there are many current and potential uses of chatbots in healthcare scenarios. And this figure on the right, it provides a glimpse into the plethora of their possible uses, which is mapped on a typical healthcare journey. So right from enrollment to healthcare services like health insurance benefits, to self-diagnosis like symptom checking, to searching for providers, like looking up providers, scheduling appointments, checking in and gathering medical history, assessing medical records, there's treatment support like mental health therapy, there is discharge and post-discharge activities like patient follow-up, and generic information on wellness is also some of the use cases that we have seen for chatbots in healthcare. And it is also worth noting that not all chatbots are patient-facing. Provider-facing chatbots, while they are in very early stages today, are also likely to expand to address many of the back office functions in a virtual assistant format. So while we see all these uses and benefits of conversational AI in healthcare, at the same time, there are many potentially negative impacts also that create challenging governance gaps, the governance gaps that I mentioned right at the beginning of this talk as well. So we have identified a list of key governance gap areas, along with examples of typical issues raised in each area. So for example, things like validation and accreditation. So what are the boundaries of chatbot operations? In other words, what are the approved uses of conversational AI in healthcare? Privacy, who will have access to the electronic health records? What will be the rules governing the recording of chatbots? Security questions like where will the chatbot and the AI reasoning system reside? There are patient considerations like will patients be misled into behaving that they're talking to a human? And what if they want to opt out of talking to a chatbot? There are legality questions like who's responsible for the wrong diagnosis or lack of timely response? And all the classic AI governance gaps that we are familiar with around transparency and explainability of AI-powered systems. How do we deal with bias and fairness? And also how do we make the solutions relevant to the target population? And addressing these governance gaps has been the focus of the chatbots reset framework. So this is how the framework looks like. The framework consists of two parts. So the first part is a set of principles which have been selected by the multi-stakeholder community to govern the use of chatbots in healthcare. And these principles have been drawn from AI ethics principles and healthcare ethics principles. And they have been interpreted specifically for the use of conversational AI in healthcare applications. And the second part of this framework are the actions that stakeholders can take to operationalize these principles in various stages of the use of chatbots in healthcare. So for each principle, the framework recommends a set of actions that stakeholders can take to implement these principles. So by the process of starting from key AI and healthcare ethics principles and interpreting each principle for the specific use of chatbot in healthcare, this framework actually provides a few benefits. One, the users of the framework are relieved from the guesswork of interpreting these principles in the context of healthcare. And there is a curated list of interpreted principles which can serve as a uniform standard. And two, the operationalization actions, they provide specific recommendations to the users of the framework and how can you implement them during the development, deployment, and the scale-up stages of the use of chatbots in healthcare. So this actually allows the users of the framework to focus on the execution of the actions rather than starting to develop all the actions right from scratch. But I would with the caveat that this is not an exhaustive list of possible actions here. And this framework has been co-created, as I mentioned, by a global multi-stakeholder project community. The framework has been developed with three types of stakeholders in mind, so shown here. So we have, it's for the developers who drive the creation of chatbots, for the providers who pilot and deploy chatbots in healthcare applications, and for the regulators who monitor and govern the widespread use of chatbots in society for healthcare purposes. And the framework provides recommendations for actions to be performed during three operationalization stages. So as you see, they are for the development stage, the deployment stage, and the scaling stage as well. So all the stakeholders have roles to play in all the stages, but one stakeholder takes on a primary role in each stage. So what I've done here is I've extracted one of the sample principles and the set of actions that were developed by this multi-stakeholder community. You would see here that there are the different stages of the development of the design, development, deployment, and scaling of conversational AI in healthcare, and the different actions that need to be taken in each of these different stages. Who is responsible? Is it the developer, the provider, or the regulator? And you also see on the right-hand side, there is a code that we have put in that is for the different types of conversational AI. So here, I would like to emphasize on the different kinds of conversational AI and how that impacts the framework as well. So not all chatbots are created equal. They constitute a spectrum as they address a vast variety of applications within healthcare. So at one extreme, they address processes such as scheduling appointments and follow-ups or providing information on diseases and drugs. On the other extreme, they can diagnose and even suggest treatment plans for severe illnesses or provide therapeutic guidance for mental health as well. And because of the different types of risks involved in these different types of chatbot, the operationalization actions of the framework are not equally applicable across the spectrum of the chatbots. And hence, to address this diversity of risk levels, the framework actually includes a classification of chatbots into 4 types, types 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you see here. And it is based on the severity of the healthcare condition and the significance of the information that is provided by the chatbots to healthcare decisions. As you can see, it is outlined here, and it is inspired by the approach of the International Medical Devices, the Regulators Forum, to software as a medical device. And in this framework, we recommend operationalization actions as they pertain to the 4 types of chatbot on a 3-level scale, as mentioned here, as optional, suggested, and required. So finally, to end, we have formed the Global AI Action Alliance to accelerate the adoption of such trusted, transparent, and inclusive AI globally and across sectors, and to create a feedback loop of real-time learning and scaling across key sectors and the challenges across several countries. And the forum provides a platform to accelerate such international efforts in developing responsible AI and piloting and scaling such governance frameworks globally, and a platform for exchanging and learning through our large global project communities, which consists of governments, businesses, academia, international institutions, philanthropic funds, civil society organizations. And it is via such multidisciplinary group of experts and such initiatives that we propose to design the effective governance tools for the responsible use of AI. So I'll pause here, and I'm happy to take in any questions, or if there's any follow-up that you would like, and any materials or frameworks that you would want me to share with all of you. Thank you so much.
So do we have any questions?
Pawan, I do have one question. So this question is regarding using the chatbots in healthcare, right? So is there any way for ensuring that the workers in healthcare or the consumer themselves are going to trust what the chatbot, output of the chatbots, right? What does it exactly suggest? So how do you ensure trust among those aspects?
Right. So I had shown you a few graphics. So there are 10 broad principles that we have spoken about, and where safety and non-maleficence is one of the key principles. I think I displayed that very example as well. And for each of these principles, there are specific actions that the developers can take, the hospital systems can take, and even the regulators can take to actually monitor the deployment of these chatbots, to see that there is safe use and there is no harm done through these conversational AI platforms. So we actually have a set of 75 actions today already in this framework, which addresses literally every question around efficacy, around safety, inclusiveness, integrity, data protection, etc. And there are detailed actions which the different actors, as I mentioned, the 3 prime actors in the ecosystem, the developers, the providers, and regulators, can take to address such questions that you mentioned. So I will be happy to share that the link to this framework, and it has a detailed, exhaustive list of actions. But we are piloting this. So as I said, currently we have Tech Mahindra and Apollo hospitals in India who are piloting this framework. And we have a couple of startups, Ada Health and Omnibot in Germany as well. They are chatbot developer organizations who are testing out this framework. They're providing us feedback on this framework as because they're using in real life use cases. And we do plan to iterate and learn from these pilots as well.
Oh, okay, thanks. I actually have another follow-up question, but I think it will be better for panel discussion. It's a more high-level question than that. So yeah, I think Pawan, we can move forward.
I think you can ask the question.
Oh, okay. Well, so the follow-up question was pretty high level. So, so how do we exactly define a proper, responsible, trustworthy AI? Are we ever going to achieve such kind of scenario or develop such kind of an AI that is, well, deployable for the consumer, like, not in the healthcare scenario, not in the, company-wise scenario, but for the people themselves, for the direct use? Are we, even able to achieve such kind of scenario that that we can say that okay, this is trustworthy AI and people are going to use it? So are we going to ever achieve such kind of scenario? So that was my more high-level question.
So I can start, and I think the other panelists can also answer in. So that is the whole goal behind the whole journey towards building trustworthy AI, responsible AI. These principles are the first step in this whole direction. There are several frameworks which are getting created, but this is not a static process, as I think most of us would agree. There are several aspects of responsible AI, trustworthy AI, which we are all learning as we deploy these technologies in new use cases and applications. There are new facets of ethics, risks, implications on society, legal aspects that are emerging. It's an ongoing and evolving field. We are right at the beginning of this journey, and we are trying to put those kind of guardrails in place. I mean, soft governance mechanisms, self-regulation mechanisms, which can actually start defining what can ethical AI, what does responsible AI, what does trustworthy AI look like. And that's the journey we are in right now.
Thank you so much for the talk, Arunima. Can all the speakers turn on their video and change their name? I can see my name repeating a lot. Okay. Oh yeah, now everybody, can all the speakers turn on the video? Great.
Okay, that is actually a question for Arunima in the chat.
Okay, should we take the question or start with the panel?
We can start with the panel. I think this question can be posed to the panel as well at some point.
Cool. So we have all the panelists here. Oh, I think Arunima dropped off.
She'll probably rejoin. Maybe she has a network issue. She'll probably rejoin. So we're going to get started.
Right. So welcome everyone to the panel discussion. So the topic for today's panel discussion is, does the web promote or hinder algorithmic accountability, adherence to data ethical principles, and mitigation of digital inequality? So each panelist will have 2 to 3 minutes to make an opening statement, followed by 30-minute discussion, 30 to 35-minute discussions. So we can start with Professor Catalina Gointa to make her opening statement. So please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Pavan. And once more, it's really an honor to be here. And it's I think it was also mentioned earlier, but it's really fantastic to be on a all-female panel. That's really wonderful. So on this idea of what is happening on the web, as you asked the question of, does the web promote or hinder algorithmic accountability? So being a legal scholar, I would say that to my knowledge, the web hasn't been created created for accountability or with accountability in mind, right? So if we look at the work of Tim Berners-Lee and the idea that, you know, the web was born as an exercise of linking people, of having networks, of having Creative Commons, of just generating value and knowledge out of all of these individuals coming together, then I think that we're quite far off from this initial goal, because there have been a lot of negative externalities that have occurred in the meantime, and some of which perhaps could have been predicted more easily than others. You know, the example that comes to mind immediately is, as we discussed earlier this morning about the example of Cambridge Analytica, you know, can we really say that Mark Zuckerberg, when he was creating Facebook as a way to maybe rank his fellow classmates, would have ever considered, hey, one day this entire socio-technical system is going to be somehow taken over and used in elections to sway the minds of people in a very important election? I believe that that was not necessarily something that he had in mind when he designed this. So I think that as it was designed, the web, as you say, so the internet didn't come with these very, very clear principles or practices that were geared towards accountability. And I think just to echo what was being mentioned earlier, this idea of AI accountability, I think we need to figure out the fact that this accountability needs to be placed on individuals, on you know, legal persons or natural persons, but this is not the accountability of a specific system, but it's the accountability of certain individuals who build the system or who govern or who manage such systems. And in order to speak about accountability, we need transparency, and we need to understand how are these systems created, how do they work. You know, the entire deep learning movement has really created a lot of these, you know, kind of black box situations where with neural networks, you cannot really understand how you get to a specific output. And if it's about recognizing cats, having a neural network that recognizes cats, and then we can all agree, well, the output is an image of a cat and everyone sees a cat in there, it's one thing. But if we're speaking about socio-legal systems where you need to deploy such very, very opaque prediction models, then that's a very different ballgame. So I think that we need to, I think as was being mentioned before, we need to really start creating different governance models. And also, I would say not necessarily just through self-regulation, but actually with very hard top-down regulation, because as we have seen in the European Union with the example of the GDPR, this works. So when you have a governance, a legitimate governance structure that comes with these very harsh rules on that are supposed to really curtail any kind of risk, then this works. So I think that perhaps we can also discuss with the other panelists, you know, to what extent such governance structures are desirable.
Thank you so much for the opening statement. Next, we have Dr. Nupur Rawal. Could you please make your opening statement?
Yeah, can you please repeat the question? It was very long and wordy.
Right, so the question is, does the web promote or hinder algorithmic accountability, adherence to data ethical principles, and mitigation of digital inequality?
Right. Well, I guess I echo a lot of what Dr. Gwanta just said. Also, I guess what I can simply add is that calling it the web might not, I mean, it's an older framing, and maybe there isn't one internet, right? So especially again, if we're attentive to global South context, then there's many internets. And I guess, yeah, I mean, there's no easy answer. I'm probably that person in the room, but if we look at the history of internet infrastructures, or, you know, the laws that have governed them and the ways in which they've materialized, the easy answer would be to say that the particular shapes in which the internet has manifested or connectivity has manifested is already deeply unequal. And I guess if one were to think in terms of models of how to promote accountability or, you know, more equity online, I've always been a fan of, Wikipedia projects, um, despite despite the many issues that they have. I think it remains one of those community governed models of producing and regulating information accuracy, accountability, etc. So yeah, we do have certain models available to us, and we should look to them when we think about how to foster algorithmic accountability, etc.
Right. So thank you so much. Next, we have Anna Roy. Miss Anna Roy, could you please make your opening statement?
So I would like to address it from a perspective of a policymaker, that entire issue of not only the web, but any evolving technology platform. I think on the web, both Catalina and Nupur have made very relevant comments. I don't think I can add to anything to that. But I feel, any evolving technology, as Catalina said, when Zuckerberg kind of conceived of this platform, he did not really had any notion about the fallout of such a platform in the future. And when we talk about AI, or for that matter, any of the other technologies which form a part of this bouquet of industrial revolution 4.0, IR 4.0, as we have come to know it. So it is a cyber physical kind of a thing, where digital is really coming into the physical world, and the boundaries are not really known, and the context is also changing rapidly over time. So as a policy maker, what we have also said in our approach paper, we need to keep an open mind. Regulation is important, but regulation needs to be cognizant of the fact that it is an evolving technology, and you cannot have the traditional forms of regulation. So it's a continuous kind of a exercise of exploring new ways of regulating the system to ensure that the flip side of the technology is not only controlled but even understood. I would say, we don't even understand the flip side of the technology today. So these are very, very important questions, and I feel this is one area where this kind of a webinar or a continuous dialogue is really important amongst all the stakeholders, because I don't think anybody really has the answers on the issue of accountability. Who will, if the driverless car leads to an accident, who will finally be responsible? If you really lose out on a investment proposal which is which is recommended through a algo, who will be responsible for that? So I think accountability still is a very, very opaque area, and let's not forget, we are still in that black box kind of a phase. We have not gone beyond the black box. So there are too many questions and too few answers, and I think the way forward is a dialogue amongst everybody, B, an open mind to because technology, is important, especially countries like India, which has the access and other barriers. So for us, this kind of a technology is really important, and we need to leverage, and we need to find out ways to overcome these problems. And here, before I end, I'll just refer to this, the consent-based data sharing. And basically, data empowerment is the key going forward. And similarly, in other areas also where you have problems, I think we need to rely on technology to overcome the flip side of the technology, and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. That is what my message will be.
Thank you so much for that stimulating opening statements. Our next panelist is Dr. Urvashi Aneja. Could you please make your opening statement?
Thanks, Pavan. I think Catalina and Ms. Roy and Nupur have already provided so much on this that I'm not sure I have much more to add. Maybe just a few small points, mostly echoing what has already been said. I did struggle with the framing of this a little bit on why it was framed as the web. I mean, similar to what Nupur was saying, I think there's a lot more happening here than just the web, and it would be helpful to look at that. I do think that, we need to look at this question of accountability not through the lens of algorithmic accountability or data ethical principles. We need to look at the accountability of the designers and deployers of these technologies, not so much the algorithm. Similarly, when we're looking at ethics, I don't think it's about data ethics as much as it's about the ethics of building these systems, or where these systems should be deployed at all or not. Do we have the institutional capacities in place to regulate them, etc.? So I would strongly, in some sense, suggest that, we scratch out the word algorithmic, scratch out the word data, and scratch out the word digital, and, have a talk about accountability, ethics, and inequality. I think that's really at the core here. And maybe just a final kind of provocation. I think what we're seeing on the web right now is a very centralized architecture, and that's a shift from a much more decentralized architecture that we had earlier. So now we're in an age of platforms rather than protocols, and I think the question is that what enables better accountability? Do centralized power structures, do centralized platforms enable better accountability, or does a decentralized web enable better accountability? I think it's still an open question, but I think that's the space that we need to be looking at closer.
Thank you so much for the opening remarks. So since there was a lot of mention about Zuckerberg and holding the designers accountable, I would like to poke a question. Say, suppose Facebook comes tomorrow and says that, hey, we cannot strictly regulate users' posts because humans have inherent biases, and we are taking care on the algorithmic side. Then how do you, what kind of conversations will you have with Facebook? Because I read this paper by Ashish Rambuchan and his guide at Harvard. So they say that even if the data is biased, the algorithmic output can either retain the bias, either favor the people, or it can reverse the bias. So how the relationship of data to algorithmic output totally depends upon the situation that we are dealing with. So what kind of conversation will you have with the Facebook folks? Since you mentioned that, hey, we need to have such conversation with the designers. So what do you think, Urvashi, if you want to give that a shot?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that the question was for me. Yeah, so I mean, it's not just the designers, but it's the designers and deployers, right? So I don't think we have to ascribe blame to a certain one specific actor like a Zuckerberg. I think on the bias question that you're raising, I mean, bias is not just there in algorithms, right? Society is biased. We as individuals are biased. We have our own subjectivities. And not all bias is necessarily bad or good. It's just it's a lens through which one looks at the world. And you can't get rid of those lenses. Those lenses are what makes us human. Those lenses are what allows us to form communities, what allows us to form solidarities, so on and so forth. So I don't think you can fix the bias in society at an algorithmic level. So I'm not sure of the paper that you're talking about, but I'd be very curious to read it, because I don't think I would agree on that you could correct that bias and somehow fix the social bias, right? And also the question that then arises is that who is correcting this bias? And then when they're correcting the bias, what is the new bias that they might be producing, right? It is some kind of like engineering that you're doing, social engineering. So I think that I don't think is a viable way to think about this.
Right. So that's exactly my concern as well, where Facebook folks can use this argument by saying that we cannot fix the societal bias, so we can only control on the algorithmic output. And they can somehow get away with they can just get away by making this argument by saying that, hey, my algorithm is not biased, but so we are not really regulating much on the user posts that are inherently biased. So Catalina, you have any thoughts on that from a regulation point of view? Because while having conversations with these stakeholders, especially since in the morning you were mentioning if there is a dispute between the users and the platform people where Facebook can get involved. what kind of conversations will you be having with Facebook folks who will use Urvashi's argument and say that, hey, data is biased, but my algorithm is not biased?
Right. So I think from a legal perspective, the focus, and I'm very curious, maybe we can discuss this also and explore it in the context of Indian regulation, which I'm not familiar with, but I can tell you the European story. So there has been this massive focus on understanding what kind of bias actually leads to harm, right? So Urvashi was mentioning, bias is there, it's kind of prevalent, it's everywhere because we are humans and we are going to make judgment calls, and we're going to have judgment calls that will be subjective, and that is maybe part of our culture in humanity. But the problem is, what kind of biases will lead to something that the law is supposed to sanction, and what kind of biases lead to something that the law currently sanctions. And I think 2 points that I would like to make here. So on the one hand, what I see from a legal perspective is that we are really inheriting a lot of issues that we didn't manage to legally solve in other iterations of inequality and discrimination, for instance, in earlier days of not just technology or access to technology, but other types of business models that have created negative externalities for citizens and consumers. And I think legally speaking, the question here is, okay, what are we focusing on? Are we focusing on citizens? And then we have to speak about, fundamental rights, democratic values, and any kind of, endangerment of the most important constitutional values of any kind of state around the world? Or are we speaking about market powers that are making people buy things, and they're making people engage in transactional behaviors that are, at the end of the day, the main business interest of also all of these platforms that we have been talking about? So I think that here, from a legal perspective, this is what makes it so difficult, because all of these questions are kind of need to be answered at the same time, but we do not have this macro level understanding of how these laws interact, because the web of rules is just so utterly complex. And basically, because of the fact that we haven't solved this issue, then as we were exploring this morning, then platform self-governance is going to prevail and is going to propose a more practical solution, which can be then deployed on much broader scales than having to deal with the specific laws of every single country. So that's one perspective. And then the other perspective is, I think in your example with a platform, with a harm with a platform, again, the question there would be, what kind of harm are we talking about? So if you want to say, well, I don't really like something that is being posted on Facebook, then the question is that really a conflict that can also be a legal conflict? And if Facebook is going to do something to curtail the way in which you have access to rectifying, to remedying the kind of wrong that has been created. For instance, let's take the example of defamation. So let's take the example that someone posts, and this is really happening more and more. Someone posts defamatory comments, or someone posts, all sorts of information that will be personal, for instance, like doxing people. And then you want to have an immediate access to a solution that the platform can give you. But then if the platform just withholds that solution from you, then you really need to go to court. And then this becomes an access to justice issue. And this is what has also given rise to a lot of these maybe different remedies that society was simply able to create by itself, like cancel culture, which can be an example of, oh, okay, I don't have access to justice because I simply am a citizen that has too little bargaining power to go and enforce these rights, then I'm going to have my own justice online. And that leads to other types of harms. So we're kind of in this cycle of harms simply because we're not able to create very effective solutions. And I think, yeah, the law really has a very important role to play here, also in the shortcomings of the current landscape.
Right. So since things are not really clear, right, there has to be a platform for conversation between the users and the platform makers. So my next pointed question is, as for regarding the dispute resolution mechanism on the web. Say there is online misrepresentation or misinformation of a particular subgroup who are not active on the web, right? The underprivileged folks. So how do you build these dispute resolution frameworks on the web so that it can be so that these underprivileged folks can get benefited, because things are not really that straightforward. There has to be a dialogue. That's where this dispute resolution mechanism comes into play. So what are your thoughts on that? I think it can be pointed to Anna, Urvashi, and Catalina. From the human rights perspective, Urvashi can give some pointers, and then from the governance perspective, Anna Roy, and from the regulation side, Catalina.
No, I would like to pass that question. We are not really so well prepared to answer such micro issues. We are still at the policy formulation level. So I would not, as the representative of government in an open platform, I would not like to hazard a personal view. I would much rather present the government's view. So as and when we are ready, we would be able to answer and address such questions. So please, others, you may direct this question to the other members in the panel, if you don't mind. Sorry for that.
Sure. So I think that's honest reply. So Catalina and Urvashi, you have any thoughts on this?
So there's a very nice concept which has been maybe facilitated by Bruce Schneier at Harvard University of public interest technology. And I think that the Kennedy School of Government also held a public interest technology forum, I believe in 2018. I don't know if they followed up on that. I think that would be also maybe a very interesting resource also maybe for Urvashi and for Mrs. Roy to have a look at. Because the idea is indeed how to connect all of these dots, right? So you have on the one hand a civil society, you have government, and you have academia, and then you also have for-profit companies that might be in search for best practices. On the one hand, you can see in a lot of the kind of public affairs activity of Facebook, but also other platforms, there's this call for more regulation. So they are saying regulate us because we also don't know what to do in this ecosystem, which is way too complex. But then with this concept of public interest technology, I think it could be a very nice opportunity to create new actors that would be mediators of different interests, more specifically public interests. And I think I have to mention this, I think, Pavan, I might have mentioned this to you personally, but there is a very, very nice initiative that has been created by, I think, academics and also activists from many different parts of the world. It's a platform governance initiative, and I will just link it in the chat. And that is exactly the type of environment that I think they would like to really nurture, an environment where all sorts of voices come together and identify what kind of harms can be spoken about, also in terms of maybe voices that are underrepresented, so that these kind of inequalities can also be addressed. So I'm just going to link the initiative in the chat.
So Urvashi, any thoughts from the human rights perspective?
Pavan, sorry, could you repeat your question? I got a little lost in this conversation.
So Catalina was mentioning that it's not really straightforward, right, to resolve such conflicts. So dispute resolution mechanism is kind of necessary in a web platform as well. So from the human rights and government perspective, how do you ensure that the ones who are not represented as well can be given voices in such dispute resolution settings? So that's my question, in a low cost manner.
Yeah, so sorry, I missed that earlier. I mean, I don't have like a definitive answer on this. It's not something that I look at very closely, but I think two things maybe come to mind if you think about settings like India. When you look at a number of apps and platforms and so on and so forth, you find that most of the features around kind of privacy policy, dispute resolution, help, so on and so forth, are often only available on your browser version. You don't have access to them on a phone version. And if you look at contexts like India, that's how most people access the internet, it's through the mobile phone. So we recently did a review for an example of privacy policies on a number of edtech apps that were introduced in the context of the pandemic. And they were all introduced in low resource settings. And so it was all mobile phone. And actually there was no access to any of these escalation mechanisms or even just the privacy policy on the mobile version. You had to have browser access. And so I think that's what, so thinking about designing for different contexts, designing for different types of users is important. I also think that maybe another one to think about there is around language and voice. A lot of people in low resource settings in India, for an example, do access a number of these platforms and applications through voice-based mediums rather than a text-based medium. So you need to be ensure that you have these mechanisms available to these people, and I think to this user group. And I think also in many cases the features that allow people to register a complaint or so on and so forth are sometimes deliberately hidden, and they're very, very hard to find on the platform. And it's hard enough for a user like me, so you can see how much harder it might be for other users. So I think there's a number of design features that there's a lot of scope for improving access to such mechanisms within the context of design as well. But I don't look at this very deeply. So that's my kind of, as a user, that those are my perspectives. Yeah.
So thank you so much. So the next question is to Nupur, and anybody who has any thoughts can take charge. So I did ask, hi Nupur, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so Nupur, during your talk also, I was really interested in understanding when there are inherent trade-offs in the fairness metrics defined by algorithms, right? Like how Kleinberg or Sam Corbett Davies have proved it theoretically that, hey, your predictive parity and your other error rates are not really compatible. Both cannot hold true at the same time. So in such settings, how do you circumvent this problem? Is there any other way you can look at this fairness problem and circumvent this problem? Like, because the algorithms cannot achieve fairness along all metrics. So in such cases, how do you culturally underpin, or is there any other way you can think through this problem? Like even Nitya stated in her talk that the entire concept of looking at this AI fairness problem should not really be focusing just on metrics. So I was just curious, is there any other way you can think through this problem?
I mean, there's many other ways, and fairness is not a data concept. Fairness is not a computational concept, or not exclusively one. So I can't emphasize that enough. I think I already stated the fact that there's already a lot of interesting work out there happening right now as we speak about community-centered perspectives, or even say, for example, to answer your question very pointedly, I would just ask you, in whatever you're designing or whatever you're trying to determine, is there an accounting of the right to refusal, right? Is there, I mean, I don't care what metric you achieve or what metric you control for. My point is that beyond computation, beyond your lab, beyond your research paper, if this thing is going to get embedded in a real world, real life system, how do we find the language where, and hence also relatedly, I mean, I would highly recommend reading, care ethics and reading a whole bunch of critical algorithmic studies and software studies material, because people have been talking about this for a while now, right? Like if computer scientists on the whole are able to even develop a listening practice, which is really just oriented towards like, what is the problem space? What are we defining? Where do we come from? Who do we think we are as agents in this world? What are our actions going to do, etc., etc. Like these are all, they may seem like common sense questions, but there are disciplines devoted to understanding and figuring out processes. So the big words you were mentioning about regulation or platform governance and so on and so forth, at implementation level, a lot of this is really just about figuring out a careful practice. Right. So I would, in fact, pose the question back to you and ask you, if you had to rethink fairness and let go of these metrics or the research paper that you're talking about, and talk about it from the perspective of like, which community is going to get affected? Who's going to get harmed? How do you anticipate harms? Especially when algorithms are involved, or AI is involved, machine learning of any sort is involved. You also have a speculative element to this whole exercise, right? All the things that used to work when we didn't have machine learning in the mix, including open data projects, where we used to encourage people to go out there and collect a whole bunch of data on the world because we thought it was a good idea to have more information for free on the world. Now, if those open data sets are being weaponized or being instrumentalized to infinite ends in the future, how do we regulate, or how do computer scientists begin to take responsibility and think about drawing boundaries around its use and harms and so on and so forth? So, I mean, I'm really curious as an interlocutor, Pavan, how would you think through the stuff that we all just spoke about? Like, how would you set aside the hegemony and the expertise of a certain computer science orthodoxy and a paper and start to think about the real world implications of these things?
I mean, that's a really good point. I mean, even if you move away from the algorithmic space and the metric space, right, and just focusing on the problem space, say, for example, Facebook uses users' data and then uses the GPS location and then analyzes the user's activity for conflict analysis and then says that, hey, it's doing it for the greater good, for the utilitarian purpose. Is it okay to use it at the cost of privacy, users' privacy? Like this sort of a dilemma between the greater good and protecting the individual, the data rights, right? So even if you just structure this argument just at the problem level, there's no definitive answer.
How it works, there's no greater good argument in Facebook collecting most of your data. There literally is no greater good argument. Facebook has never made an argument about how it's going to improve society by collecting your data. It's been fairly clear about being a business platform that offers certain connectivity and networkness and so on and so forth. And those are probably better arguments to make or understand, because we all do value having network infrastructure, right? We all do value being connected with each other and the meaningful relationships that we've made through these platforms. And so the stickiness for me comes not at a point where Facebook is saying we're going to improve the world, but it's saying you can't make meaningful things without us. And so then to remove ourselves or to figure out a more complicated notion of privacy, which is, again, I would say, like, I highly encourage people listening in to read up on, like, Helen Nissenbaum, for example, for a while has been writing about, contextual privacy or communal privacy or like beyond individual notions of privacy. And now we've even come to a stage where we're talking about indigenous data rights and privacy, right? Like literally talking about how people living in their own life worlds think about privacy as a very, very different concept, and how they might ask for access to privacy or what they might mean when they're talking about rights to their own data is not universal by any means at all. So Facebook, I mean, is also an easy target in those many ways, because it takes, I'm not defending Facebook, but I would say that for a Silicon Valley company that already has a global scale and reach, there's not much we can like make moral claims about or say Facebook should improve and do this or that. But then coming back to the question of academics or the community that we have here, how do we unanchor ourselves from these imaginations that are solidly rooted just in what Facebook should do or Twitter should do? We have a wide, set of frameworks and like really emancipatory and radical logics at hand and tools at hand that can help us really imagine and start designing some of these systems and say, how would you revision or reimagine contextual privacy? How would you build for it, right? Or like you have the case of Signal, something that was so niche and that was like, oh, well, this would never work because people don't use such high expert tools or whatever. And the way Signals survived and the way it's thrived. So there's certainly better lessons out there from other commercial applications.
Thank you so much for educating all of us, especially from the computer science community. And please do point to the resources so that we can read it after the talk. So the next question, I think Anna, it would be more suited to Anna Roy. So regarding the digital inequality in the global South, the number of internet users have increased from 5 million in India in 2000 to about 500 million in 2020. But the migrant worker population, even though they are part of the internet community using WhatsApp and watching YouTube videos, as pointed in the CDFI report, they're still not trusting the online platform for making financial transactions. So there's so how do you think that we can establish trust to the ones who are at the bottom of the pyramid?
Actually, a very good friend of mine once, explained to me that what we supply, especially, for those segments who are underserved, what the market tends to supply to them is what the market thinks they want, but not something which, they actually need. So that somehow, over to, this was said in one of these, such panel discussions, and this has stayed with me. They are not averse to digital payments, but what they need is really bespoke products which are curated to their needs. And I also had the Women Entrepreneurship Platform. We used that platform to actually target that segment, the roadside vendors, women vendors. And we joined hands with one of the UK companies to develop this product, which was really catering to them. Because if you really go deep, digital is there, they are carrying the phones, but they still go back to the money lender. They will not, go to the formal market. The reason is not that they are averse to going to formal market, but the reason is that the formal market do not meet their needs, which is met by the local money lender, even if the local money lender is more, expensive. So we are trying to join hands with small companies and address that last mile approach, because last mile approach is something which we need to really remove the digital divide. And when we talk about digital divide, it is, even though the internet users is very high, all those data is given, but if you see, if you go beyond a certain level, you realize that there is a very, very apparent digital divide, and the pandemic has brought forth this in a very, very stark manner. So we are trying to kind of, and the other thing is, one size fits all does not work, especially in India. So we are trying to have a more bottoms up kind of approach. We are trying to work with other stakeholders to develop this approach. And in various contexts, we are trying to develop a very, very targeted approach to overcome this problem. So I agree that digital divide happens, is there. I also agree that digital payments and other, formal sector products can make much more inroads than they are doing today. But the way the government is going about, having a platform approach, whether it is DBT and other such initiatives, that will give a big push. The other thing which, along with iSpirit, which Niti Aayog launched, is the DAPA architecture, basically consent-based data sharing. So, issues like this, where you bring in trust in data sharing, when you empower the data owners. So these are big steps which will really kind of give a push. But at the end of the day, we would need to address the last mile, and that can only happen if we work with the people who work on the ground. Unfortunately, due to COVID, some of these efforts have kind of received a pushback. But due to COVID, again, we have got some kind of support, because now online is the way forward. And I feel, I may not have answered your question, but I feel there is no simple answer, and we need to address this in this manner, where we have kind of curated approaches, both for last mile, the overall pan India kind of approach, medium and semi-medium kind of segments as well, and also sectoral issues. So these are some of the initiatives which we have taken, and in this direction, the Technology Commons is another initiative which was taken on the behest of our Honorable Prime Minister, and there also a platform approach is being followed to kind of overcome the digital divide and reach out to the last mile.
So thank you so much for the answer. Any questions to the panelists? Ravi sir, you want to?
There are a lot of questions on the chat window. I think you should open the chat and read out the questions.
So Sudarshan sir has a question. AI is as global as it comes. AI vis-a-vis Brexit or MAGA, any thoughts? Can you elaborate on that question, Sudarshan sir? Like, I don't see any.
It's a long list of chats, so you probably caught the tail, not the head. So
can you please elaborate on the question?
So actually, I was just ruminating about many aspects of the discussions, especially Dr. Mupu and also Urvashi and others. So what I've my worry is actually is that, see, the corporations, if you look at the mega corporations, they basically elided the individual. So that is why we are now filing antitrust cases against many of these mega corporations in Europe as well as the US. In India, it's not part of the equation anyway. The question is that, okay, the rights regime in the 20th century or earlier 18th, 19th century has been based on an Enlightenment, modern understanding of individual rights, right? Is it going to be applicable to the current AI regime? That is one question. And the second question is, where is the individual here? So see, we are speaking about the conceptual language or labeling or a categorical understanding of many of these things, right? So where is the individual here? I don't see the role for individual here at all. I see more concepts, more theories. If, let us say, an insurance agency, as Dr. Goenka pointed out in the morning. So if I am wronged by an insurance agency, even now with face-to-face options, most of the times the insurance agencies just get away with everything. So how am I going to even resolve these issues with the bias in algorithms and inaccessibility to any kind of dispute resolution? Or the governments are going to be trailing behind many of these AI-based systems. So what are your thoughts regarding the individuals? Because most of what we discussed is based on individual rights, however we package it in terms of concepts. So what is the substantive role of an individual in the AI regime? That is my question. Thank you.
Urvashi, you would like to answer that? Catalina, you want to answer that?
Yes, and I would actually like to build maybe on something that Urvashi was mentioning earlier to address this question, which is, so what we have seen is that basically a lot of commercial and very hidden, very opaque commercial interests, especially arising on markets that have been very, very opaque, right? Because you were mentioning the example of insurance, so if you are speaking about a situation like, I don't know, an accident or something that happens when you buy something and it's a scam, then as a consumer, you are more likely to understand that there is a problem with that particular transaction, and then you want to do something about it. And whether you can actually enforce your right or not, of course, will also depend on the ecosystem in which legal rules are supposed to be applied. So then that is going to be a different situation, in Bulgaria, then it's going to be in Italy, then it's going to be in Uganda, then it's going to be in Australia. So that's something that very much depends on a specific legal system. However, if we look at the companies that you were mentioning, Sudhar-san, also earlier on, these companies that can get away with everything because they have all of these lawyers that I really liked your comments that can play this game until the world ends or we migrate to Mars, then I think that it was even the actual creators of the early version of the internet, such as Tim Berners-Lee, that came up with new decentralized solutions that are supposed to remove this power from a centralized ecosystem into the hands of the individual. So the best example that comes to mind, and I'm just going to place it in the chat as well, is Solid. And Solid is this project by Tim Berners-Lee, which is supposed to create these so-called, I think they're called data pods. So imagine that you can actually use Facebook without giving Facebook your information, or you are more in charge of your own information, which again, can be somewhat of a situation or somewhat of a solution, because that also entails that you need to have perhaps a specific digital literacy that you first of all know about the solution, and second of all, you know how to use this solution. So then that entails choice, and that entails, the idea that you have access to information in order to consent to these additional models or these alternative models. But this is, I think, what has been really fueling this shift towards more decentralized business models. And this is, I think, what will shape the third wave of the internet, so Web 3.0, in really removing power away from these centralized platforms, because I really liked what Urvashi was mentioning, that we're not speaking about an internet of protocols, but an internet of platforms. That was a fascinating remark. And I think that these kind of business models are supposed to fix that. Will they? Let's see how it unrolls.
So probably we need to have a new Adam Smith, because Adam Smith said that it's the job of the governments to think of public good, whereas it's the job of the corporations to worry about the profits. So that is my basic question goes back to the entire regime of the market and the civil society and the government. So are we basically trying to build up on concepts over concepts, or are we going to ask the fundamental question? That is my question, actually. Final question. Thanks.
So Urvashi and Anna, you would like to?
Basically, I would take you to the national strategy on AI that kind of touches on the issue which you raised, Professor Sudarshan. We talk about human in the loop kind of approach. So it is not technology per se that we want to be leaders, etc. But how do we leverage technology to solve the problem of the larger segments of the population? Then we talk about those sectors which are, kind of characterized by public goods. In our analysis, not our analysis, that is in our desk review, we came across these reports where it came across that investments are more towards more commercial sectors rather than more social sectors. So based on that, we recommended that the government should devise a strategy where they play the lead role in sectors characterized by public goods like health, education, etc., also spend their R&D resources on developing public goods, which is basically the, say in the digital payment, UPI will be the public good, and allow the private sector to innovate on this common platform and cater to the population. So we have delineated the role of the government in this manner, and also for more market-oriented approach in development of technology tools and adoption. We propose that the research, the R&D system should also be divided into two parts. One is more on fundamental research where private sector will not be forthcoming. Second, private sector has their ears to the ground in the market, so they are better placed to kind of focus on those technologies which are more commercial, and wherever there is this need for comparing commercial to kind of social aspect, there the government should kind of pitch in and provide funding to make non-commercial projects more commercially viable, so that we have a good collaboration between private and public. In this manner, we feel that nobody will be crowding out the other. So this is on the development aspect. On the adoption aspect also, the individual is at the center of our recommendations, and we have recommended that government should kind of be the main adopter of technology, and government should lead the adoption of technology in sectors like health, education, agriculture, where scale and size really matters, and only government can really kind of bring in that change, and not depend on the private sector to lead that change. So if you promote an R&D system on this manner, if you promote adoption in a very aggressive manner by the government, where government really becomes market maker, I think we will be addressing the concerns of the individual, because finally whatever is happening will be aimed at the needs of the individual. So that is the framework which we have kind of tried to put across in our policy narrative. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It's very important. Thanks.
Sudarshan sir, you had a follow-up question. You would like to elaborate on that?
So actually, see, when we talk about litigation, arbitration, mediation, I think somebody mentioned it. See, litigation in India is extremely prohibitive, so is all around the world. And there are cases where it goes on till 20 years, 30 years, and ultimately there is no justice served. And now you have the arbitration. The arbitration is also equally expensive, in the sense that the judges probably earn in one day what they would earn otherwise sitting on their seats in the court, in 1 month. So that means the arbitrations are so expensive that who can afford them, right? Once again, companies. So see, my question about individual is, it includes the social, political, economic, the legal, the entire gamut of social relationships. That is my that was my question, in the sense that now you have mediation. Somebody mentioned mediation, right? Mediation is accessible. But in India, the mediation law itself is kind of slowly coming into the picture, but not very effective, not very sought after. So that means vast swath of people are not able to access the justice systems. So this is the asymmetry I was talking about in the morning session also. So that is why if you look at the AI, the scales are tilting more towards the AI and the legal system, every system, in spite of all the regimes, GDPR, all these regimes we're talking about, the common person or common man or common woman is left behind. That is my worry. I just keep harping on this, but that is my worry.
Thank you so much for voicing out your concerns, Sudarshan sir. So we have Professor Goenka and Ms. Anna Roy with us. Would you please like to provide closing statements for about 1 to 2 minutes?
Yeah, so first of all, so all of this discussion has been incredibly fascinating. And as we can see, it has so many different implications, legal, societal, cultural, conceptual, more abstract, more practical. So it is a very complex discussion, which we definitely will not be able to solve in one day. Hopefully we can get, as Mrs. Roy was mentioning, perhaps we can just get some policy perspectives within the next years that are going to shape the way in which regulation is going to be created in different jurisdictions around the world. I think what would be very necessary from my perspective would be more interdisciplinary research. And I think that with what I was mentioning earlier with this idea of public interest technology, I think universities are in a very special position where they can bring together all of these interests and then perhaps reveal some of the directions that can inform policy, right? So what we were hearing earlier about the access to justice, let's be in contact about that, because that's definitely a very big problem, which currently has no solution, how to really improve access to justice if we have all of these online activities where harms can really be created in the blink of an eye, but solutions then are going to take, as you were mentioning earlier, maybe years to come by. So there are spaces that are very fruitful for additional cooperation, and especially when it comes to trying to understand, who are the persons, who are the individuals, who are the groups that are going to be most harmed by the way in which AI is going to be deployed in the next decade or so. I think that this is a question that that us as academics, as researchers, we should really be very busy with. So I very much enjoyed this conversation, and I really look forward to additional cooperations which can allow us to take this discussion to also the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Goenka. Ms. Anna Roy?
Yeah, so first of all, I think I missed the morning session because I had other engagements. But, this interacting with Catalina and Pavan, you asked some very, very, relevant questions, and also Professor Sudarshan. And, it has been Nupur and others on the panel. So it was a really very, very good discussion. I hope we have more such discussions, because this is an evolving area. Let us not think that the digital world has brought in bias and unfairness. It was always there. So when we were writing the paper on responsible AI, one of the corporates, example, I will not name it, but it is there all over. So their algo for suggesting new recruits was highly biased because the data was biased. So all our past, problems will creep into the digital world, and that is the first thing. So let us not create problems where there are none. We should actually, I feel any such debate should start with bias there, always there, and how we address that going forward, rather than give a kind of a narrative where we say that the new development, the new technology is bringing in the bias. It may be, but then it is feeding on the existing bias. So I think we need to change the narrative. That will make life a lot simpler. Also, given the state of judiciary here, with filing cases and all, we really do not need a situation where any small thing people then go for a judicial recourse. So awareness is the second thing, where we kind of tell people that what is fair, what is unfair, what does technology actually is a culprit of, where we cannot blame the technology. All those things are important. Last but not the least is the awareness bit, because we do not kind of know what is entailed. Our policymakers are not aware. Even our researchers are not aware. The industry may be aware, but in interest of development, they may be overlooking it. So let us have an open discussion and not have a very black and white kind of a thing that this is fair, this is not fair. This is an evolving area, so we all need to be flexible. We all need to say that yes, this technology, the focus should be on the benefits of technology, at the same time using new technology to address the flip side of the technology also, and being aware of the flip side, but not kind of putting the cart before the horse. That is what my take is on this entire debate. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the kind words, Ms. Roy. Professor Sudarshan and Professor Ravindran, could you please make your closing statements?
So thank you to all the panelists. This is extremely interesting because I work in an area, equity and AI. So in that sense, so my view is not definitely black and white, Anna Rice. So I just want to tell you that, because my approach is, I'm more of a generalist rather than a specialist in that sense. So I look at a spectrum of opportunities. And also that is why I keep going to the regimes on which these things were built on, whether it is economic, political, social, technological, the rights-based regime, which we all follow in one way or another. And we should also trying to promote all over the world, whether the bodies like UN, European Union, any of these bodies are also interested in promoting trying to get rid of digital divide and promoting digital accessibility. And Indian government has done a lot of work in that area. And I know Professor Ravindran and IIT also has been doing a lot of work. So in that sense, we are very much interested in also ensuring that in terms of structure, we have fairness embedded in the system. For example, as you rightly pointed out, the number of cases that are piled up is in millions. I just heard from the statistics that in UK Supreme Court, 80 cases are heard per year. Probably in India, per week, the 80 cases will be heard in Supreme Court of India, with another millions of cases waiting to be heard for every year, piling up on this thing. So the challenges are huge. So in that sense, opportunities are also very huge. But so are the the responsibilities and accountability as well. So in that sense, we are facing a very challenging task, but also an exciting opportunity to face. So in that sense, I'm interested in addressing the legal and also in terms of constitutional, all these regimes that we can strengthen to make the AI very democratic and fair. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it.
So let me kind of bring this to a close. I really thank all the speakers and the panelists who made time, despite all time zone confusions, to be part of this event. And I would also like to thank our students who did a great job in organizing this, I think. So both Pawan, especially Pawan, and also Pranshu and Shreya. So thanks for putting in all this effort. Now, I come from purely computer science engineering background, right? But the last few years, I've been trying to have this dialogue, cutting across, the social sciences, legal discipline, impact, policy, public administration, and so on and so forth. And so I actually direct, this is for, others know it, just for Katrina's information. I direct a fairly large interdisciplinary lab in IIT Madras. And so we are trying to, get this dialogue going. And for me, it has been an amazing experience listening to so many different viewpoints. And, so in computer science, we are used to solving easy and hard problems, but there is this other classification called wicked problems, for which there are no answers. Right? And so basically now we are entering into the problem from the AI point of view of solving the wicked problems, or looking at the wicked problems, and we are lost. Right? We really need to have this dialogue for us to proceed forward. And thank you everyone for spending this. I hope that we should be able to make the talks, the recordings of the talks, and also this discussion available online. And if you could, then kind of spread the word that these things are available, and it will also help. And we'll certainly like to reach out to you, Catalina, later about doing some further. Great, thank you. And of course, Anna, yeah, you keep me on a short leash. You keep pulling me to meetings in Delhi. Luckily, I'm glad for COVID. Otherwise, I'll be in Delhi like every month, and I'll just come. I have a meeting. I want to.
So for everybody who is on this call, Ravi is one of our main contributors in all our papers. I still remember one Saturday where it was raining, and we got a 3-hour solid lecture for Ravi, and that was, I think, the turning point for our strategy document. So always gratitude for him, and in all our work, he has been a great supporter, and look forward to working with others as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pavan, very much for everything. Have a lovely day.